There's still somebody in that smoke. They can get that molly, push from across the field. Now, BTOWN.
The Bucky versus BTOWN here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here, he's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello everyone and welcome to PMPL Super Weekend #1, Day 2 for North America. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez. It's been a heck of a league so far. We whittled down from 20 to 16 to get to Super Weekend, but some of the teams that have been performing are ones that we didn't expect. It's been a great story, and to help tell that story, I've got the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion here, as always, on the analyst desk to break things down. Mrs. Glitter, how are you doing today?
I am fantastic today. Honestly, I love kicking off the season with a nice little shakeup of things. All right, the bottom went to the top contenders went to the bottom. 7. I mean, how do you feel after yesterday?
I'm trying not to cry right now because I'm just so excited about today. Today is gonna be awesome. All right, we had so many surprises yesterday. Ogilvy is the one that comes to mind. The Hitlist too. That was a team that was kind of doing well during week of league play, and then they just absolutely threw. How about you, Digon? How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to see how some of these bottom teams will continue to perform, because that's the thing about, being a great team. It's consistency. And the way to do that is to perform on the maps that will be played. As we take a look at the schedule for today, same map rotation that we saw from yesterday should be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. And this is the first time that we've seen Sanhok in the tournament since yesterday, right? The Super Weekend was the first time we saw it. We saw how important it was for some of the other teams there, 7, to kind of bounce back.
And I know exactly which team we're talking about here. It's going to be Ghost Gaming. And also for Nova, I mean, we kind of saw a big surprise with Nova. Nobody expected them to take that win, especially by not being blessed with the zone. But they just showed the aggressiveness that we kind of been expecting out of Nova, and that we actually kind of got a glimpse to see on the first day of this tournament. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen today in Sanhok, because keep in mind, on the next week of league play, we are going to be playing Sanhok, and boy, it's going to be spicy.
It's going to be super spicy.
Nobody expected them to win.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We did have Nostradamus over there in Glitter, who got two of the teams back-to-back that were going to win. It was crazy. Let's take a look at those teams that'll be playing this Super Weekend. Same ones as yesterday, the top 16 from the week of qualifiers. And I think by pulling this one up here, you could see this is an order that they qualified. On the left was first, second, third, fourth, fifth. You go up and down. But then on the right, you have Syndicate, Panthers, Ogilvy, and UYU as the last ones in. But those aren't necessarily the teams that are currently in the rankings. It's not the same order here, 7, is it?
Remember when we talked about, or when I mentioned the leaderboard kind of being flipped upside down? I think we couldn't have said that any better. Top 3 of the teams that barely qualified here to the Super Weekend in a way are currently sitting within the at least within the top 4 of this Super Weekend. So I mean, it's gonna be exciting how some of these teams react as well. Teams that didn't do so well that we're gonna be talking very shortly about.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, let's take a look at what they're playing for throughout this PMPL NA season #2. It's a pretty big cash prize, $150,000 on the line for all these teams and all these players, and $45,000 that are given to the winner chicken dinners. I guess that's what we call them. They're all chicken dinners for the Super Weekend. So we just gave away $5,000 yesterday, Glitter.
Yeah, and I'm actually really excited to see if any of the squads that were able to pull down a chicken dinner yesterday are going to be able to do so today and start kind of stacking up on that money meter that we got to check out yesterday. And then, of course, obviously, when all is said and done and everyone makes it through to finals, our PMPL champion will be taking home $10,000. So there is a ton of money on the line.
A lot of money on the line. And just a refresher for those of you that might not know it, the point system, right? Because when you play in your solo games, if you win, it's great. Second place, you don't know what that means compared to other places. Well, here in the Pro League, 15 points for a chicken dinner, 12, 10, 8, and it goes down from there. But the big one that you always like to make a point on there, Seven, is the kills. 1 point per 1 kill.
Definitely has to be the 1 point per 1 kill, because we even saw it yesterday. We saw some teams being able to actually climb up that leaderboard just based on kills. We even saw the chicken dinner, the actual team that won wasn't even the leader in regards to just points for that game alone. We saw some of the teams that were actually fragging out being able to take that. So it's going to be exciting which team, how some of these teams react to, because we saw some teams kind of choked a little bit yesterday, and I gotta lie, and we're going to be a little bit harsher on them here coming up.
Yeah, definitely are. But the teams that we've fallen in love with in this first Super Weekend team, you can find right there at the top. Ogilvy, the Panthers, Syndicate even. And it's kind of weird because we brought it up. Hey, these teams that won chicken dinners in the week, they got to do it again. Oh, look, Syndicate won one. That's kind of weird. And then, bam, first day back, they win another chicken dinner there, Glitter.
Yeah, I know. We put it out into the universe, and they delivered. Knights definitely had a rough first game for yesterday, but they were able to bring it back a little bit now, keeping themselves comfortably in third place after everything was said and done. You mentioned them already. 7 Nova having a nice day yesterday, as well as Mezexis. We honestly saw some very, very strong fights coming out of Mezexis, so another team we're going to be keeping our eyes on. And then Ghost and BTOWN rounding out our top 8. Ghost bouncing back in that those final 2 games, but really that very, very last game of the day. And then BTOWN obviously stepping it up a little bit there, 7.
Yeah, I think with Ghost, those last 2 matches definitely saved them, because at one point they were in 16th place, but going here towards the second page, I mean, a big surprise for me is 19 Esports. We saw 19 Esports actually being taken out by Ogilvy a couple times, and I received some reports that Grandma Carnage was raging, so I can't wait to see if we'll ever get a chance to hear some of that. Lazarus as well, and I mean, XSET right here, 20 points, 19 points. Then we have UYU, a team that barely qualified into Super Weekend. The Hitlist, a team that came in strong. As Hajux was saying, not sure what's going on there with them. They have Jat G kind of popping off. And with the Illuminati, I mean, I'm looking at Latlan, which he claims he is the best pro camping player in NA. So there you go, Latlan. Let me see them camping skills some more. Yeah, so I mean, Glitter, which team are you going to be looking for today? All right, give it to me off the top of your head.
Okay, so there's options here. It depends on if we're looking. Okay, no, theme of the day, theme of the entire season, every season is consistency, right?
Yes.
And it's something that we're going to highlight in just a little bit here for everybody across the board, because we're seeing some teams that have managed it and some teams that had it and lost it. Right, so I think I'm kind of okay with
Ogilvy?
where everybody is in the middle. Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Ogilvy because they had a really, really strong bounce back. But I'm also keeping my eyes on all of those heavy hitters that we talked about, because I want to see what XSET can do. I want to see what Knights can do, and I want to see what Ghost can do after what we saw out of all 4 of those teams yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, Digon, which one out of all these teams is the one that kind of shocked you yesterday?
I think it was Ghost. Sorry about that mic issue there, everybody. I think it was Ghost Gaming for me. They are the team that every team always aspires to be, and they're the ones that need to be the ones that lead the way for every other team. And when they struggle, kind of makes me question, like, hey, this is a team that has insane amount of international experience. They need to be able to perform here locally consistently so that we can regain our faith in them. If you want to share who you have faith in, use the hashtag PMPL across all your social media and all the streaming platforms you use, whether that's YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, or Twitter. Use the hashtag PMPL. Get involved in the conversation. All right, y'all. Those were a couple of the scores and the business. Let's dive into the first big storyline from yesterday's action. It was Ogilvy. Again, they were the 15th place finisher coming on in, not last place, but the 15th place finisher. And then all of a sudden, it just looked like they turned their guns on here. Glitter, what are some of the big things that you saw from Ogilvy in day number 1?
Well, first of all, we need to take a look at Ogilvy's performance based off of all of the maps that they got to play on yesterday, right? This is the first time that we've introduced Sanhok into the mix for people, as well as the fact that, they have the most repetitions during the Super Weekend on Erangel. They don't have to do multiple Miramars anymore. It's just one Miramar, one Sanhok, and then heaviest over there on Erangel. Ogilvy, I don't think there's a single bad thing that can be said about them after yesterday's performance, okay? Which is terrifying. You can see here that their best numbers are on Erangel, which is phenomenal for them considering they have to play it 3 times in a day. But they still did fantastically on Miramar, and the only outlier for them really was Sanhok, which honestly is not that surprising because that's one of those matchups, or that's one of those maps, that's always kind of a toss-up for us. We never know how that's going to go. But Ogilvy's consistency yesterday, and that's why I said earlier it was going to be a theme throughout today, was unmatched. Okay, we're going to take a look at how some of their players have performed as well. And now we're going to be looking at the average stats across the board. Out of this massive lineup of players, they actually only had Natsuo and Glaz, who played in all 5 of the matches yesterday. Everybody else was rotated throughout the day. So they got to kind of get a little bit of time on the field, but you'll see there that Vurex actually has the highest average damage out of everyone across the board. Now, 7, they literally had so much aggression and so much consistency across the board that they are almost 20 points above second place.
Yeah, it's quite impressive how they have turned it around, right? And just a heads up for all the viewers at home, I actually got a chance to talk to Glass for a little bit, and he told me the reason why they had so many other players playing right now and kind of rotating around is due to some other stuff that the players have to do, whether they have sports, whether they have school. So looking towards the weekend now, Saturday and Sunday, they are looking to stick with their main 4. And Vurex is actually their main fragger, and he only got to play 2 matches yesterday, so I'm really excited to see what's going to happen once he gets a chance to play 5 matches. And I want a little bit of confidence out of this team. I saw some stuff that they were kind of posting around saying that they were a little bit surprised they were in first place. I want more confidence. If you were in first place, own it. Say, hey, we're here for a reason. We got the skill. Just own that stuff.
Yeah, a little bit of humility there by Ogilvy, but a team that could use a little bit of Ogilvy's confidence is XSET. XSET coming in as the second place finisher after the week qualifiers. Then they struggled a lot coming into yesterday's action, and it's kind of like, what's going on here, Seven?
Yeah, with XSET, oh boy, listen, I'm about to be a little bit harsh, all right? And this is not just for XSET in a way, even though we are going to be highlighting them. This is kind of just for all the NA teams. First of all, let's go through the map stats here. You can see their best map was actually Sanhok, which in a way, it's good because, today they are going to be able to play Sanhok, but we only played that match once. You kind of want most of your, especially your average survival time, if you want it to be 21 minutes, you want that to be in Erangel since we are playing it 3 times throughout the day. Luckily for them, they were able to average out the damage the most in Erangel. And in Miramar, we saw some hits and misses here and there. Now, for XSET, something that J7 was actually able to tell me that they're looking to change today is they're looking to have the 4 players alive towards the end of the game. They were losing a lot of players early on yesterday, and it wasn't working out for them. And as you can see right here, my player, one of my favorite players here from XSET, I don't want to have to pick favorites, but Killswitch being able to perform there, and that's what you love to see. But on the offside of that, you have Polo. And to kind of put this into perspective, he didn't get a single kill yesterday after averaging almost 9 kills per day during week of league play. So that is a huge, pretty much a huge boost in points and in just confidence for the team that's missing out. With this team, with XSET, I am looking forward to them kind of just, you know what, scratching that off, moving on from there. And today, I want to see what Jason was saying, at least in the DMs. I want them to have their 4 at the end of the game. I want to see how they're going to be able to perform. And going back to what I was saying, the reason why I wanted to be a little bit harsh is because I want a good team out of NA. I want a team that's going to be able to be consistent. I don't want another the unnamed thing happen when they make it to PMGC League play and they don't even make it to the finals. I want them to actually do good, be consistent, and be able to represent NA because, boy, I'm a big fan of NA.
Well, if you want to have a good team play well, then you need to be able to break down the plays and know what good is. And thankfully, we've got ourselves... Maybe you've heard him a couple times, a former pro, played with Carnage a couple times, traveled around the world as a player. That's right, we've got our own in-house analyst. It's Zute, and this is Zute's Deep Dive. He takes a look at some of the top plays from the top team in day 1 of Super Week. Zute, it's all yours, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Degon. Now, welcome to my segment of the show, Zute's Deep Dive. Now, this is the part where I'm going to break down some of these plays and add some more insight and depth to all the chaos that you guys have been watching. And of course, we're going to be talking about none other than Ogilvy. Like the analysis desk mentioned, Ogilvy, they qualified into the Super Weekend coming at 15th place. 15th place. Let me say that one more time. 15th, and guess what? Now they're sitting in first place comfortably with like almost a 20-point lead after day 1 of their Super Weekend. So something has definitely changed with this Ogilvy team. And the main thing is proactivity. So let's go ahead and take a deep dive look on one of the plays they made that really shows how proactive Ogilvy has been doing. Here you see on your screen, I'm going to let the action speak for itself. But what you guys want to take note of is Ogilvy's position in the zone. They are in the next circle. That is a fantabulous nade. But any other team, given that the fact that they have circle there on your screen, they will not be risking that push. They are being shot at from Ghost Gaming. They're being shot at from Mezexis across away. But still, Natsuo pushes in with the buggy, gets that run over, and then he gets the other knock finish right afterwards. He gets a 2-piece all on his own. And look at where the zone shifted. It shifted off of them, and they had to push towards Pro Era regardless. And if they didn't push Pro Era, it could have been much different. So to recap that really quickly, number 1, if they didn't push Pro Era when they did, it'd be a 4v3 situation. Number 2, when their smokes run out, if they didn't push, Ghost Gaming has clear sightlines on them, Pro Era has the high ground on top of them, and then number 3, Ogilvy no longer has a zone. So that one play on its own saved Ogilvy from getting an 8th place finish up to a 3rd place finish in that match. So that is it for my deep dive. Back to you, Mr. Degon.
Thank you very much, Zute. That was definitely a fantabulous deep dive, and I can't wait to see more of it in the future. Hey, so none of this would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus. With flagship performance, 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch, the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the PUBG mobile ladder. Thank you, OnePlus, for putting on PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Season 2. All right, analysts, thank you so much for setting the desk. Thank you, Zute, as well, for your segment. We'll dive back on into it with you in just a little bit. We've got our casters coming up in just a little bit as well. But again, we'll see our analysts after game number 1. And, you know, now is a great time to go ahead and send it over to the casters to get into game number 1 on Erangel. Casters, take it away.
Let's get it going. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. I'm about to get the first game of the day started. Dave, what's up, buddy, bro? You ready to get into some action?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, shout out to Zute on that deep dive, though. I felt that one inside me, man. Like, it was like, oh, man, there's so much knowledge right there. I love it, Hot Jukes. And Hot Jukes, hey, day number 2, my man. we're getting warmed up. We're getting ready to go. Anything that Hot Juke's looking forward to watching here today from these squads?
You know what? I think I got to look exactly what Zute was talking about, and that's Ogilvy. Because not just about his, whole deep dive. I actually got the chance to talk to some of the players, and I talked to Glass. And Glass said that he is going to be the #1 fragger today. He put it down. He put down, and I said, hey, I don't want to put pressure on you. I'm going to say it on cast. He said, you know what? I live for the pressure. I play better with it. When I saw that, I was like, let's go, baby. So Glass, don't disappoint me, man. Don't disappoint the people. Show up. I want to see a #1 fragger today from Glass.
Show up and pull up. And that's going to be tough because they got Natsu as well yesterday, 12 kills to themselves. So it's going to be very interesting to kind of see how Ogilvy kind of continue on with that momentum, especially like you mentioned with Glass coming into the game, getting ready to go. But ladies and gentlemen, game #1. Players loaded on up. You know what time it is. Let's get into the game. Erangel, let's go.
Let's go, baby. Here we go. Game #1 here of day #2 in the Super Weekend. This is huge. Remember, everybody watching, every chicken dinner today, $1,000 into the pocket of the players. So big money on the line here. A lot at stake. Let's see how it's going to start out, Dave. You think it's going to start out like yesterday?
What we're talking hot drops on 19E. We're talking bridge camps. I think so. We're talking shenanigans. We're talking toxicity in the chats. I think so, man. And I love to see it. I love to see the emotions, right, that these games invoke in our players. Like if you're a squad, you get bridge camped and you get pissed because you lost, or like, yo, what are they doing? Like, I love to see that because that creates rivalries, that creates some more entertainment, I believe, for the viewers, to look forward to outside of the game, on the Twitterverse and all that good stuff. So will we have some more hot drops? Will we have some more BM plays today? Hot Jukes, I sure hope so.
Man, I gotta say, when it comes to like the North American region compared to others, one thing we do better than anybody else is the drama, and I love it. I love seeing these different teammates, players just kind of go at it, create rivalries, talk stuff. To me, I mean, that's like the essence, I think, a little bit of competitive gaming, and I love to see that coming from some of these players, and we definitely do. I mean, I don't want to really talk. We'll talk about it as the storylines start growing, but there's some players who are definitely going to be gunning for each other, and I'm looking to see if they're going to do it, early on here or later on. I don't know, but look at this first circle here, Dave, heading way on over to Yasnaya. So all these players here with this plane path, they're going to probably have to hop in a vehicle and start getting moving pretty quickly.
So open, so open up there. Stalberg, Kameshki, Severny, even Yasnaya. We can already see the Illuminatis in their vehicles, probably sending it to Yasnaya, trying to center up very early on. Smart play from them because looking back at the league play, if you can recall, when we're talking Illuminati, King Hua popping off. You remember that, Hot Jukes? Like popping off that one player. Multiple kills, multiple clutch moments. But yesterday, 1 kill. Only 1 kill out of 5 games. And, they're not the only one that surprised me. I was looking at the numbers, looking at the stats, and I was like, like I was shocked. Jat G, also 1 kill from the hit list.
Crazy.
And Jat G is like one of those star players in this lobby. So I think yesterday's Super Weekend Day 1 was just a tough day for a lot of these squads.
It was. I mean, I think obvious. I mean, you look at Ghost, how they performed at the start of the day. It was literally unfathomable for all of us. They did get the chicken dinner at the end, but, I'm not going to lie. I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that they got pretty zone blessed towards the end of that game. Regardless, we did see some teams that we didn't expect to perform pop off. And I want to see if they're going to continue that momentum today, or if those bad boy squads are going to really step up to the plate. Because, dude, Dave, I was talking to some of the players, and Coops, he's kind of joking around, the legendary Coops. And he said, should I just mess around today to kind of let players, get a chance so I don't be on top all the time, like he's joking around, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it just goes to show that, I mean, the confidence that he definitely has with this squad, and it's a earned confidence. The dude is insane, So I want to make, just see, is it all talk? or are you gonna make it happen? You know,
I think it's one of those things. I'm looking at the top 10 from yesterday. Coops is nowhere to be found. So I think it's one of those things that, you know, when you're not used to being up there in the top 10, because Coops, we've seen in the past, like Coops can pop off, and Coops is always popping off. Ooh, unlucky. Only 3 this game as well. I think it's one of those things that if you have a poor performance during a day, and you have so many expectations on your name coming into the matches, I think it's like, yeah, I'm just playing around, everybody. I'm just having a good time. In reality, I'm going, like, in reality, it's like, that's not what they want to be.
Yeah, someone asked me, like, hey, Jukes, can you show me some of your best snipes from your competitive days? And I'll just say, you know what? They were just too fast to catch on camera. That's what I tell them.
Exactly,
you know
exactly.
Yeah.
And then when you do pop off, it's like, oh, I'm the best. Look at me. Look at these clips, type of deal.
Predicted.
So I think it's really, I like it. I like the mindset of Coops, though. If you do have a poor day, don't let that tilt you, because you got to think big picture. You got to think marathon. So let's see, as it looks like the 3 men of the Knights are going to be pulling up to Yesnaya, who the Illuminati, they were here first. They got the loot first. They have the positions first. Let's see what they could do here.
So it looks like they're doing a 3-1 split. They do have one player completely isolated. It's going to be King Hua, the main fragger. So he's got to be very careful here. You can see him. He's trying to rotate, do a complete path very safely around, because he realized the situation he's in. If the Knights happen to hear him, they're going to full send 3v1, 4v1, and he has no chance. So really, safe play for him to kind of just sneakily get back to his team safely.
Yeah, Xenox with the revolver, that is. You got Lan from the Illuminati on the roof. Nice sight lines up there. Meanwhile, down here in prison, anything? Yeah, Lan? You got something?
Yeah, like Seven said it. Lan said that he is the best pro camper in North America. His words, not ours. So, hey, seeing him on top of the roof, not surprised.
I don't think anything's wrong with that if you could be the best pro camper with the best average survival time. Then that pays off, right? Because then for a fact you're getting those much needed placement points. It's not always about getting the flashiest kills, the flashiest plays. I get it. Placement points are key. Consistent placement points will definitely keep you afloat on the overall leaderboard. So I think it's a nice balance. If you want to be the best camper, you also have to be the best survivor, because you could put me, I'm passion fruit and I can camp all day, right? Like, just watch, I'll be there in the game camping all day. Like, hey, I got you guys. But if I'm not getting those placement points, like, what am I doing, really? Like, what am I doing here?
Square business. I think you're totally right. That's what I love about this game, to be honest. I love the fact that you could play it so differently and still be successful. You could be hyper aggressive and just go nutty, or you can play, super passive and tactical and stealthy and have success as well. In my eyes, of course, the best of the best are the squads that can do both, that can switch 50-50 on when they need to, and play passive and super stealthy at the same time. It's hard though, because you got to do that with 4 players simultaneously. And at this high level, dude, half a second of a delay, your whole team's done. So just to kind of give you guys that are watching that haven't played a competitive match before, the level that these guys are playing at, it's insane. They're professionals. They play 8 hours a day, and they're here for a reason.
For sure. Everybody either got invited because of last season's PMPL, or they qualified through the PMCO. So they fought their way to be in this lobby as Boring Protocol looking to fight their way up this hill of Stallber. There's going to be a care package on Stallber. I don't know if anyone's going to be hunting that down, but Pro Air setting up a nice defend here. Fishy to open up this fight on the Kissix.
First knock there and first finish there for Fishy. Going to be a great, little point to add onto the Pro Era list. A lot of talk from this Pro Era squad. They definitely had the skills to pay the bills. They just got to get it, I think, just a little bit turned up. We saw Seagut with a crazy 2v1 yesterday. Surprised not to really see him on the roster right now.
Pro Era, it's one of those moments that you got to walk it like you talk it, right? I think that's how it goes. You walk it like you talk it, because you can be the dog with the biggest bark, but if you don't back it up, then, you know, what's it all for? Eventually people won't take you serious. So for them to get that first knock, it does look like it is going to push Boring Protocol off of them for the time being. And honestly, with their position right now, I don't hate it. I like it up there towards the north. They have a nice buffer between them and everybody else. But with this new circle shift here, the Panthers, the Hitlist, BTOWN, a lot of teams down here to the south, Jukes. Anything standing out to you?
Yasnaya finishes are always a lot of fun. I mean, it can shift north towards Stahlberg. It can go to Yasnaya Fields. Honestly, when I see a zone, I always think it's going to go towards Yasnaya Fields, personally. That's just my instincts. But who knows? It could still shift. I love to see how the Panthers are really playing it very, very slowly. They're going to be hugging the circle and just trying to get their way in. They're coming in super late, but I don't think that's necessarily a very bad thing for the squad, because I think they're really, really good at pressing, you know, into zones late under pressure.
Yeah, that's what we saw yesterday from them. And I think they're in second place because of that. So you really can't sit here and be like, I don't know if I like that. Like, it has been working for them. The question is, though, now that the players had time. Sam going a little strategic back and forth, drive in, bob and weave. Telly trying to get those shots off. But now that the players had last night to kind of review the VODs, like, will these teams expect the Panthers to be rotating in late and possibly gatekeep them? That's the real question. How will I handle that today?
You're going to see which players did the homework, because that VOD review just shows so much. Remember, for those of you guys that haven't, you know, or not familiar with this format, when you play in a competitive match, you get a knock on a player, it doesn't show you the player's name. You don't know who you're actually fighting against until you kill that player. So, you know, viewing those VODs and figuring out, okay, this is how this fight actually played out. We got third party here is just huge. So you could tell pretty quickly which teams did their research and which didn't. And I'm not going to lie, Dave.
Yeah.
Ogilvy, I think, did their research on 19E. Because they caught them slipping multiple times in Erangel early on.
Yeah, and I think that's what Seven was talking about on desk. Papa Carr is a little upset yesterday because of those early fights. Like, who's dropping us? Like, in this lobby, like, what's the reason? And I think the reason is because Ogilvy, they're trying to make a name for themselves. They're trying to really show up here. And I hate to say it, but if they can catch you off guard here, those are some easy early game points, and that's what we saw from them yesterday. So I think kind of doubling back to that VOD review point, I think 19E are definitely going to be aware of that today, and I highly doubt we'll see the same kind of early game fights we saw yesterday between the two.
Yeah, I think 19E is definitely going to have their ears up, prepared for that one. But I mean, it's always, I love to see just squads mix it up and come up with some really unique strategies to get points. And we saw Ogilvy have just insane success. I mean, yeah, you know, trying to make a name for themselves in a way, I think they already did. On that first day to have a game like that, or a whole entire day like that, was huge. At the same time, that name can be written off really quickly if you don't continue with that success. Consistency is what gets you engraved in stone. And we'll see who's going to be able to get that first strike of the hammer as this zone's about to start closing here.
Yeah, and I think not only that, they would like to get at least 3 more chickens here this weekend so that everybody walks away with a nice $1,000 in their pocket. Next zone, though, it heavily favors Ogilvy and their slow and steady gameplay. The majority of the squads here, practically everybody, is on that east side. 19E, I like their spot. They're set up really nice. I think that's a gas station to maybe bridge camp, that little Yasnaya bridge right there. This could be a huge game for them.
Could be huge. At the same time, it's a really tough place to hold that gas station because you're going to see Ogilvy take the hill probably right above them. So 19E are going to have to play rather aggressive and make sure that they do not get any early knocks at all. Pro Era, they are able to get in zone. They're going to secure this spot. Jay's full setting it. He's already missing a tire on that buggy. Hasn't spun out yet, so definitely keeping it nice and steady. And you can just see Nova completely spread out, snaking it. They're just in a really precarious position. Look how many squads are passing them up. There goes Knights. He had to stand up off that one. He's like, that was way too close.
It almost looks to me like they left Memory behind strategically to send the other 3 into the zone. So at least if they get wiped, at least Memory will still be able to survive. But everybody right here just trying to survive as they are on that rotate. YDD will be able to connect one of those drivers moving on by. And you're talking about Ghost. It seems like all 4 of them, they have been managing to just pick the best pathway to avoid these sight lines and not get shot. Like, talk about counting your lucky stars.
I mean, is it luck or is it Ghost, right? I mean, they literally drove through that area at the perfect time and passed up everybody like a ghost, almost like they were invisible. It's just so crazy. Their timing just working out impeccably and able to rotate to the center of the zone for free. Absolutely insane.
As we check in with J7, this is going to be a cluster over here. Clown Fiesta, some would call it. All these teams just stacked on top of one another. UYU, though, I know we can't see it, but I really appreciate how they're going all the way around that west side in the blue to try to avoid all these fights, all these gatekeeps as possible here. So we'll have to keep up to date with UYU as they are second to last coming into today's games. But you're talking about it. Ghost Gaming. Wow. They got a little shack there. Oh, I like what they're doing. They're trying to line up these vehicles to block those sight lines, create some more additional hard cover on top of their shack. So I really like that little small play right there, but it adds up late game.
Definitely does. I mean, those little tiny moments could make or break a team fight. And unfortunately for Rand, he's not going to be able to fight for very much longer. He did get hit by that nade from XSET. Looks like they're going to take that Shack's position. Oh, the Bucky getting lit up pretty good. There goes 2 tires from it. Oh, and J7, unfortunately, jumping out just a little too early. At the same time, it looks like he is going to live for longer. That kill actually stolen from them, but here come the Knights. The Panthers fighting it out. Xanax knocked Alucard. Gonna have to make it. They're actually running it as a 3-man, unfortunately for them. Alucard's gonna have to make a play in the 1v1, but here comes Moso.
Coops up there on the high ground as well, trying to get a nice little angle onto him. Legal already bleeding on out. Oh, Frady, I believe getting taken down from that Molly right there. Alucard with the UMP in hand. Looking for a spray down through these windows right here. Xenox definitely calling for the revive, but Alucard looking to try to get these trades before getting that pickup onto Xenox.
You can see Alucard getting in the vehicle there. Oh, this is an insane play. He actually got the pain off, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the first aid. So there he goes down. There goes the Knights' last place. Not a very good start for them. Panthers still just hanging on for dear life.
For a second, I thought that was like that 200 IQ play inside the vehicle. We saw Moso run right past him. But the third party just too strong out here. You got BTOWN peaceful, making sure to blow up those vehicles so that they can no longer use them as the next zone does go on up, and all these squads need to reposition down here towards the south. And XSET already in the water. They are definitely playing for those placement points down here underneath the bridge. 19E right on top of them. We have a lot of water still in play though, Hot Jukes. This is going to be really interesting.
Oh, this is a horrible circle for these teams, but a great circle for XSET. I mean, under that bridge is probably going to be one of the best spots in the game. They are rocking as a 3-man, but I'm expecting some big things from them as long as they don't get taken out by the Hitlist. Bop are going to be at the northeast end of this circle, laying down, trying to catch teams on the rotate. Here goes Peaceful. What? Oh, the vehicle switch! Gonna out the pass, trying to hit shots and straight into the water.
15 teams right now. That Yesnaya Inlet, there's so much water to play around. If you have nowhere else to go, just send it off the cliff. Looks like Fanboys was not able to make it in the water, unfortunately, and that spot is a really difficult spot to try to get the revive, so I believe they will just bleed on out over there, as it looks like Boring Protocol, all their squad mates somewhat separated for the time being.
Well, he did send it off the cliff, but maybe just a little too hard. Here comes Boring Protocol, the rest of the squad in the buggy, trying to be able to get a good rotation going. Pro Era coming in right through the edge at the right time. They're going to have a beautiful little spot here in this little bowl by these rocks. They got to try to protect those vehicles. They're going to, but at the same time, all the tires are pretty much already blown out.
Wow,
so unfortunately, Ghost eliminated. 19E.
Wow. Okay, well, you know, they were able to clutch it out towards the later half of yesterday to really keep them afloat. So, you know, we are only just starting today. Syndicate also taken out I'm really hoping, Hot Jukes, that this next circle goes to the east. I love chaos. I want this water to be the main feature in this next zone. Will that be the case? We will find out here very shortly, as looks like the blue zone almost completely closed in. And if that does happen, you call the XSET underneath that bridge. That could be a huge spot for him moving forward, especially when we look at those placement points and just staying alive. Oh, I don't get what I want, but it's close enough.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I think regardless where that circle's, I mean, right here, it's still going to be insane. XSET aren't going to have the, real estate that they were hoping for, but they still have that entire shoreline to be able to make something happen. So not a crazy shift for them. They have to watch their backs, though, because you got Illuminati and the Hitlist right behind them. Pro Era, they are still up on the top of this hill. They have to go straight down into it. That's what I was talking about, protecting those vehicles. That could have been huge at the moment, but it doesn't look like they have any at all. So they're just going to have to make plays, throw some smokes and head straight in.
A lot of open space, too. A lot of open space. So UIU, they got two behind here, behind this wall. Ogilvy are going to be pulling up, straight sending it. This is not in the next circle. So Ogilvy need to make sure to clear out Salt and Jag before looking to reposition on top of Trey.
Yeah, you can see him trying to get some angles on the other side. They have the one off-angle specialist. Natsuo trying to get some nades down the way and catch somebody slipping. That's going to kind of put the pressure on UIU a little bit. They're going to take off from there, try to get that radio tower spot. That is in the next circle. At the same time, it's not a lot of cover. You can see Glaz.
Blow it up.
He said, going to be the #1 fragger here. Getting some nice shots. There goes Boring Protocol out in 12th.
Oh, Glaz was actually knocked out right when we swapped over. But Polo underneath the bridge, taking some nice shots with these M4s, trying to connect, trying to get these damage. Oh, and the headshot AZ. So now if you're Polo, you want to make sure to get as many confirms as possible before looking to reposition, because they do have the hit list and 3 members of the Illuminati right on top of them. So if they can offset that risk with continuing this killing spree that they're on, 5 so far, that will be huge for them this game.
Polo,
there we go.
Roll under the bridge, racking up the kills, wreaking havoc on all the players here on this shoreline. This position proving well off for the side of XSET, but unfortunate for the rest of the squad. Speaking of unfortunate, look at UIU. Jag trying to crawl back to his teammates. That smoke giving him a little bit of real estate, not trying to be able to get a great nade. Doesn't connect, and it looks like Jag is going to make it. Right at the last second. They got to get that rest quick.
Just in time. And here comes Lan looking to maybe dive into water, stay alive as Lazarus and XSET underneath the bridge. The trolls, as you put it. Lazarus with 4 up with the numbers advantage. Polo now in the blue. And there's our boy Jachi just swimming, going for a nice dive.
Yeah, Polo got a ton of kills, but he's not going to make it here. Yeah, that's going to be too difficult to swim. He's going to try and heal up and get some kills if he can. But Lazarus, they're going to be in the great position here to take out Nova. You can see them trying to clear their back. So you're going to catch Polo? They're looking a little too long. Polo's going to go out to blue. Lan still swimming. He's remember said best camper, and now he's the best swimmer doing the backstroke, trying to get some more points for his team.
Talk about some Marco Polo out here. Remember, he's still alive between these smokes. 19E, this is about their 4th circle right on top of them. If there was ever a 19E win, this one has to be guaranteed for them. They're the only team in the zone. Everybody else here just fighting on the edge. The main fight right here, the shoreline of the water.
Here we go, Lazarus trying to be able to get some more kills and rack them up. They've got 4 so far. Not a bad performance, but they know that they want more. Memory is going to be the food that they're looking to eat right here, because he's going to be really close. Beautiful FBP switch there from Telly to get the finish and take out Nova. Lan still swimming. He don't want none of this fight. He's just trying to rack up as much placement points, and it's working right now, Dave.
That's all you can do in this situation, especially with 2 squads on the shorelines. BTOWN Ice Jet is going to be spotted, tagged to about 50% HP. Telly going for a nice long grenade. Is it going to connect? I mean, that thing is far. Those smokes able to kind of block those sight lines, so Telly's grenade will not be able to line up.
Telly saying how much you want to bet I can throw a nade over the mountains. Unfortunately, didn't have the arm that he once had. It's a little bit short. Lan's going to go out to the blue zone, denying the points.
Smart.
There goes Yeah, here comes BTOWN. Beautiful shots out the vehicle. There goes Trey. The rest of UIU are just full sending it on in. Salt going down to Carnage. Carnage, 19E. Big bounce back game for them.
Yeah, the whole team of 19E, they are just suppressed up right here, taking those initial shots out there in the distance. I like this a lot. This little angle is beautiful behind this broken wall. We'll have to continue keeping up to date with them because Lazarus here in this guard tower, just trying to survive. Peaceful from behind is going to be spotted.
And take it out. Yeah, unfortunately with that circle shifting, he couldn't do anything. Looks like he did end up passing all his meds off to Drake. A great play for BTOWN to try to be able to sneak away another placement into this game. It may be hard though because UIU have a good position. Lazarus are set up and 19E. So something's going to have to happen quick if BTOWN wants to try to get third place.
5 kills so far. Still a duo alive. Everybody just hoping that 19E don't look their way, right? Because they got 4 up. And Nemesis out there in the open. Ooh! It's going to be taken out from G3. Well, those were some nice shots.
Beautifully done. That lay down just becoming too strong. Fears is snaking it to making it. 19 has not even looked in this direction just yet. Perfectly done on the side of Fears. There goes UIU. So now there it is. 1 player left versus 19 Esports. They have this game in the bag. Fears takes down one, not able to take down the other. And finally, the big comeback game for 19 Esports. Carnage, my man, you know that he is pumped up and saying it's about time.
Maybe that rage is what was needed yesterday to get that circle luck here today. They did position in that spot very early on, so it definitely paid off, and that was definitely a heads-up play from them to decide to take up that location early on. And not only were they able to hold it down for the whole game, they also got a lot of points when we look at those kills underneath their belt as well. So they didn't just turtle up and do nothing. No, they tried to get as much points as possible. So let's check out the round results. Let's see exactly how many points 19E acquired this match.
Let's take a look at it, and it looks like they're going to end up with 22 total. So that's a really good finish for them. And not just that, Dave. They got 22 points and a cool $1,000 straight into the bank account, right to the beautiful PayPal. That's how it's done. Lazarus in second place with 19 points. UIU in third. BTOWN still having a solid performance. Once again, XSET, kind of a middle of the pack game, but honestly, I think that's something they can really shake their head at considering, yesterday's performance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, slow and steady to start the day. And UIU, along with the Illuminati, also should be pretty happy considering they are down there at the bottom. Let's check out this next page. So I think if you're one of these teams down at the bottom of the leaderboard coming into today's maps, all you want to do is have a couple nice games to kind of equal it out on the overall leaderboard heading into tomorrow. But Ogilvy, what's happened? I mean, we boosted them up. We cheered them on. It is only one game, but 1 point. I hope this doesn't kill their momentum here coming into day number 2.
I mean, it happened to be on Erangel. That's the map that they really performed really well on in the past. So maybe we'll just count it as a one-off. I think after yesterday's performance, when it comes to like the hot jukes excuse card, I'll give them this one punch, this one game. But after that, that is going to be it. So I want to see them really bounce back after that. Oh, let's go ahead and take a look at the round MVPs to see who was the best squads, the best players that played in that last match.
Pull it up. And Fears, one away from that 800. Polo, we were talking about Polo underneath the bridge, and look at that, the damage. 844, 4 kills. That's 4 points in the pocket alone. So that's definitely going to help them kind of maintain whatever consistency they're looking to accomplish here today, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, we saw all those 4 kills right underneath that bridge. He was able to put up some really solid points for his squad. And those are the points that really make a big difference in the whole of things. But guys, that's a great match number 1. We still got a lot more PMPL left for you guys. We'll catch you right after this break.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PMPL NA. After that first game, it was a pretty good one there where the circle was not being nice. A lot of water in play there, Seven, as we want to remind you all at home, if you want to get involved in the conversation, use the hashtag PMPL to get in the conversation, right? If you want to be in it, that's how you do it. Hashtag PMPL, use it on your social media and your streaming platforms everywhere. All right, let's take a look at the total damage from that last game, Glitter, because it was guns a-blazing for some teams that we haven't seen some things from in a little while, like 19 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, day number 2, and they're already switching things up on us, but we have to, we'll cover 19 Esports and a nice little return surge, but Lazarus, XSET, teams that struggled yesterday. I mean, this is massive for XSET after we kind of like gave them a little bit of a kick in their butts. 1,500 damage, 7 kills, solid start to the day. And then moving on down the list, though, we still see some repeat consistency in a decent amount of damage and kills coming out of Pro Era. BTOWN, a nice step up here for UYU. And at the hit list, 7, all the way down at the bottom. It might not be much, but they've done something.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, right? I'm actually surprised to see the hit list here. And going back to what you were saying with XSET, I was the one to rip on them. And boy, am I happy Polo showed up. Not only did it have 844 damage and 4 kills on the last one, and just to refresh your memory, yesterday on 5 games, he was only able to accumulate 580 damage. So an amazing performance there out of that player, and a bit of a push there from that team. By having Polo back, I am looking forward to seeing what XSET's able to do on the second map. Yeah,
XSET, seeing a resurgence of them is pretty good. I think I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see a lot of Ogilvy there. You know, Ogilvy, Syndicate, those were 2 squads that weren't finding success. But here we go. Let's follow along with 19 Esports and 7. It's your boy, everyone's boy, Carnage, showing up.
Hey, he had a kill. Grandma Carnage after Ogilvy drop him twice yesterday. I heard he was raging, and guess what? He decided to show up. And to be fair, Sam also decided to show up with 559 damage and 2 kills. Overall, for 19 Esports, I think this is definitely a win that I wanted to see. I want to see that head-to-head of day 1 versus day 2 here, the first game, because we're going to be seeing a huge difference and just kind of refresh the memories of some of the players. Acer was the MVP of the previous PMPL, and that's another player that's actually starting to put up some great numbers as well. You can see right there, day 1, that's going to be the average, 573 damage. They're pretty much able to triple that today, at least on this first game. They're also able to almost double. Well, actually, yeah, let me see. I'm not going to do the math, all right? Even though my dad's an accountant, I'm not going to do the math. They were able to get 7 kills today on this first match. And this is something that I wanted to see out of these teams. Both of the teams, Glitter, that we kind of called out at the beginning with XSET and also with 19 Esports, they're finally starting to show up. And I feel like a lot of the viewers expected this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we had kind of called 19 Esports out a couple times. I mean, we called during league play, and then, you know, they did bounce back, and then they struggled a little bit on the first day of Super Weekend. Seems like they're bouncing back again. So I don't know if this is the theme of the season, but I'm interested to see what happens when everything kind of levels out, because you know there's going to be a point where that does happen, and I think that's when we're going to start seeing the top teams really kind of rising to the top.
Yeah, and actually, to be fair, since we did kind of call this out on some of the other teams yesterday, 19 Esports did end up getting kind of blessed by the zone there with that compound, along the likes of what we saw a little bit yesterday at the end of the day with Ghost Gaming. I would like to see if they don't get zone blessed, if they don't get that amazing compound, plus on top of that the zone, how they're going to be able to react.
Yeah, but, you know, I think it's also telling of 19 Esports today that they're able to take advantage of that type of situation. A lot of the time, teams get zone blessed, they don't get any kill points, and they just fall behind. 19 Esports able to do that in map number 1. Let's take a look at the rest of the schedule. As it's just our first map of 5. We're heading to a non-Erangel map, this time heading on over to Miramar, the big desert. This is where we're going longer range, bigger rotations, a little bit more macro-based type map when you think early on in the game. Not a lot of hot drops, hot action that comes down after that. What are you expecting to see here, Seven?
I'm expected to see the teams that kind of shocked us yesterday to shock us again. I'm expected to see Ogilvy. I'm expected to see Syndicate as well. That was the team that was actually able to secure the win yesterday. We really didn't hear much of them on this first game, as you were saying. And I think going back to the consistency thing that we're just going to keep on driving down and just everybody's throats. I kind of want to see that consistency. I want to maybe see Syndicate win again, Glitter, or if not, I want to be able to see Ogilvy.
100%.
Yeah,
I mean, you picked literally the same teams that I wanted to touch on. Definitely want to see what Ogilvy will do, specifically because we got to see their map stats for Miramar coming into today. We obviously, Erangel was their best from yesterday, but they had a solid performance on Miramar yesterday as well. So there's still a chance for them to bounce back after having a little bit of a slower start in our first match with Syndicate as well. And I think I'm interested to see what Panthers can do. I know that we had a lot of love on Panthers yesterday, and I want to see if they can repeat some of their performances on some of these matches.
Yeah, Syndicate is the one that I like you bring up there, Glitter, as they've found success on Miramar exclusively, and you only get to play it once, just like we've seen Panthers find success on Sanhok. If they don't find that success on their map, then you start to get a little worried about them. Use the hashtag PMPL wherever you're watching on any social media, on any streaming platform, and let us know who are you looking out here for map number 2 on Miramar. Hashtag PMPL, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, anywhere that you watch your streaming services. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for that breakdown of map number 1. We'll be back after Miramar. Time to bring in our casters to get ourselves ready for map number 2. Y'all, I hope you're ready for some desert heat. Take it away.
Born ready, baby. I'm from South Texas. We love the heat down here. Dave, I know you're a fan. You're a Sun man yourself, huh? How have you been doing?
Hey, doing good, man. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking here. I got a tan on the break, so yeah, just came in from being outside, relaxing by the pool with my my apple juice. So, hey, game 1. Game 1.
The juice box, baby. You need it.
The juice box, man. Make that juice box. So game number 2, Miramar. Talking about juice boxes. Well, these players are going to be thirsty because it is a dry map, especially towards the early game. Because early game, nice, slow, steady, quiet here. For a good change of pace, though. Because last game, those zones, oh man, like a lot of teams, they didn't have the best of luck with those circle shifts.
Yeah, and like literally in like the player chat, the second that game was over, you know, the players were just instantly just like, these PMPL zones, man, and everybody was just in agreement, just like, oh, you're right, because it's just crazy. We're seeing just insane shifts that these teams are having to deal with right there. We saw a lot of squads struggle purely because of that. One squad that didn't have to was 19 Esports. I mean, they got pretty zone blessed in that game. They still capitalized and got the chicken dinner. Did they do it to the maximum, you know, capacity that they could have? I think that's still in question. But what I'm hoping for is that win kind of give them just a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of that hoorah, you know, a little bit of that energy to take on into the next game and the rest of the day.
A little bit of what?
A little bit of that hoorah, you know what I'm saying?
Hoorah, a little bit of that hoorah, winner, chicken dinner. I think they're all going to be hoorahing as well because that's $1,000, right? That's $1,000 in the pocket, and we're not even halfway done yet with the Super Weekend. So there's definitely a lot more opportunities for everybody to get more money in their pocket here. So 19E, we know they love money. Everybody loves money. I'm looking at this stuff. Game number 2, Ogilvy. Where are you at? I think this is their game to come back. I think this is a team that we need to continue to follow just because of their insane kind of pop-out performance yesterday to really get the spotlight on them. I really like to see them continue that here today because I can only assume like they gathered a ton of fans yesterday, and I think those fans also are looking at them here today, Hot Jukes.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to get it done here, everybody. Round number 2 here of day number 2 of the PMPL Super Weekend. Let's get it into Miramar. And Dave, like you said, when it comes to Ogilvy, the Hot Jukes excuse punch card,
it's done.
That was it. That was it. Last game, it was a tough circle. It was the first game. They had a great, whole day yesterday. So I'm going to give them this just only one game. They earned it. And to be honest with you, nobody else has, in my eyes. Like, nobody else earned that punch card. I mean, because they were a team that was almost like, second to last at the start. And they had, the most ridiculous day yesterday. So that's why I think that give them that one. But after that, yeah, it's on. This is the game I want to see from here going on out for the rest of the day. Ogilvy popping off.
Let's go. That excuse card punch. And look at that. Number 2 damage dealer, Ogilvy Natsu. 2K damage. They are going to want to maintain that here today. Also, a player we kind of brought up last game, Jack G from Hitlist, looking to get some kills. HH24. Only 3 kills yesterday. We saw them last game, Ghost Gaming, get taken out real early on once again. So I had to, I sent Monica a text asking, how's the team feeling? And she said that they are feeling good. They are looking ahead for PMGC, and they're trying to focus up. So we'll see if they can do that here this game. And it's going to make it even harder to focus up because circle number 1 and the plane path, they're completely opposite of each other. So I think everybody in the lobby, they're gonna need to crank that focus dial a little up here this game alone, just because of like you said, the players PMPL zones, baby.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, these players were groaning like crazy just from the plane path. The southern plane paths in Miramar suck to play, and that's what they had to deal with. And then now a hard northern shift. I think they're going to be a little happy on the grounds that they don't have to play on the south side. I think they'd much rather play in the north, but it just makes things so much more complicated because in order to rotate on this map, you need a vehicle. And if you happen to drive past even near a team, they are going to beam you out of it. And that is the most difficult part of this map, rotating.
Especially with this circle. It is nobody's friend here. Nobody's friend.
Nope.
But bringing up rotating, 3 squad mates rotating on a 3-seater bike. Talk about just being exposed. The Illuminati, I think the Illuminati, they saw something, but there is a nice little distance between them and the hit list. But when they're going to go back and watch the VODs, they're going to wish that they took some shots of this or at least tried to investigate, because if you look up the definition of free points, I think riding in the open on a 3-seater early game is that definition.
Oh, without a doubt. Acer, look at this. Play a little bit of, run for your life. Oh, the jukes. Hit him with that left. Hit him with that right. 3 vehicles. None of them have guns. It's Sam. Gonna catch Jack G. In my eyes, to be fair, they're main fragger, right? They're main fragger, so the hit lists are gonna go down 1, and then now they're forced to just ride that tricycle and try and make something happen. Man, desperate times call for desperate measures. A huge tough break for the hit list.
And it only took 3 squad mates or enemies out there from 1980 to get that one, but worth it. Totally worth it. Now they should be able to continue moving on along here with that 1 kill point underneath their belt. And BTOWN, not in the zone, but They got a nice spot. We already see one of their squad mates with an M249. That thing's going to be coming in clutch moving into this late game. Not even late game, but just that next phase, because they will be able, if they play their cards right, to move to the edge and possibly gatekeep. They are right next to this edge of circle number 1. So if they can get one of these choke points, hold it down, and gatekeep, that M249, well, that thing is a shredder when it comes to these vehicles.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what all these players are looking for. Anything they can get their hands on to help them burst down those vehicles quickly. If they can get their hands on a crate, that MG3, oh, that's the dream gun to have these days. And
that's your gun.
Oh, I mean, dude, that's the squad wiper. The squad wiper. That thing screams.
Talk about screaming salty right now. Screaming to their squad mates that they think they're going to be pushed here. And I think... trying to go for the buggy? No!
Hijack!
Oh! Tried to get that fake out buggy play. Hijack just not working.
Desperate play. I mean, he tried to be like hold his position for as long as it possibly could, and went for the play. Unfortunately, didn't work out for Salty. The rest of Syndicate Rad, just running away from this one completely. I mean, this is the part of Miramar that's so difficult with this circle. You're split looting, looking for vehicles, trying to make a play, and we just saw what happens whenever you get caught by a full squad.
Syndicate did really well yesterday too, and looking at them last game and now this game, losing one within the first 5 minutes, not off the start you want to be in, but we do have 3 more games after this, so there's definitely a lot of room to make that comeback. Pull out that clutch card. But looking at the zone, bigger picture wise, it's about that time. Everybody has their loot. They have a couple vehicles underneath their belts here, and they're looking to center up. Crater Fields, dead center. Nice high ground vantage point up there to the east of it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a squad, maybe like Ghost Gaming, try to take that up. Ghost Gaming, they love getting those high ground vantage points on all these maps and just holding that down. So we'll have to keep up to date with that. Squads on the opposite end of the spectrum. When we're looking at the center, we're looking at the outskirts. Mezexis all the way down there by Prison. Going for that really late rotate. Right ahead of them, Born Protocol and the Panthers. So a couple squads playing it nice and slow while other teams trying to center up before everybody else.
Yeah, Ghost is always one of those squads that tries to be able to take that position over everything early on, and it works out perfectly for them because they landed in Pecado, which is pretty much dead center. Once they got, looted up really quickly, got some vehicles and headed straight here. The rest of the teams, because they know especially, trying to rotate late in Miramar is so dangerous. You pass by a hill where just one team's camping, they're going to knock every single one of your teammates out of their vehicles. So Ghost taking the initiative early on to get the rotate. XSET in the same boat. This could be a good position for them. El Bozo on the east side of the map, west side, is completely clear and free. Not one team has even touched it, which is just insane to me.
J7, you got this. You got this. El Pozo, I agree with you. What? Talk about some mountain goat skill switch. Okay, we ran out of fuel. That's why we couldn't make it up to the top. We ran out of fuel. We left the truck empty-handed over here. I think El Pozo is going to be a nice spot, though, for Boring Protocol or the Panthers, though, who are going to be using those main roads down there in the south, that southwest. So I think they'll get some love here very shortly, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, not to mention El Pozo is like the highest tier loot space in this entire city. Oh, look at Fade Boys! Starlight hitting the quick, sharp left into the bridge, and he's just like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. And he felt the pain from Fame Boys.
Dude, that's Starlight too. Yep. Oh no, they are gonna be upset. But the other squad mates are also coming over this bridge. I guess they don't really have an option. It's either this bridge or the one all the way out there to the east, and they'll just only soak up some more blue zone damage. So Borg Protocol with the blue zone early game bridge camp. You have to assume Starlight is just fuming at the mouth right now.
I mean, it's going to be a decision from Bob. I mean, how long do you want to even take this gatekeep? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just leave. They have to realize the bigger picture. Like, you have to get into this next circle. as much as you want those kills, and to be honest, they are pretty free kills. Starlight, not saying that you're free. Well, you were free in that moment, but overall you're not free. But Bop, they're gonna be free if they don't get moving. They know that. So they said, you know what? Those kills are nice, but we need to put some serious points on the board. $1,000 is on the line. We gotta get going.
Ogilvy. Another member lost out here to the sands. Oh, glazed to the sands of Miramar. Syndicate, remember, they only have 3 here. So it's going to be a straight up 3v3 right here. Even though Vayne is pretty far out there.
Cute little battle between these two squads. Nice little use of utility going back and forth. I think Ogilvy is going to opt to reset this, considering that they do have one of their members down. And he is going to get finished out. So it is a pure 3v3 now. Ason trying to be able to get a nice, grenade to just open things up. The initial knock, after this reset is huge, so critical. And considering where both these teams are at, neither of them are in circle. They're going to have to get moving too. So I wonder if Syndicate's just going to disengage from this fight completely. It looks like it.
This is a little west of Picado, down here towards the south. And, that's beautiful. Yeah, pop those tires. Exactly. Pop those tires. That will allow them, if they have vehicle Syndicate, to get into their vehicles and kind of leapfrog around them and just set up a camp, right? A gatekeep, essentially. So I really like that heads-up play right there from Syndicate. But it doesn't look like everybody on the team has that same game plan. Looks like we're a little scattered here.
Yeah, Syndicate now, they're just trying to kind of figure it out. Ason's kind of holding back a little bit too long, maybe just a little tunnel vision there. Now he's going to finally disengage. Maybe he's trying to cover that backside. Okay, he's going to switch vehicles. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and hop in that bus to get moving. But for how long? Vayne with the AK does get a couple shots. You can see the vehicle switch. You see it keep switching back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Trying to survive a little bit longer. There goes Brain. Trying to get some support for his teammates, and it looks like it is going to work out. So he's going to give his team a little bit of breathing room to get moving.
So looks like BTOWN was doing some scouting, might have caught a bullet or two, going to be pulling back here. But just to update you on that Mezexis bridge camp, looks like Boring Protocol did pull out, and Starlight was picked up. And it looks like there's a duo, or at least, 2 members of Mezexis. They did opt to use that east bridge to avoid that Boring Protocol west bridge camp. So they're going to be taking a lot of blue zone damage right here. Hopefully they have enough meds, and best of luck to them because they are all the way down there in the south.
It's going to be a really tough rotation for all the teams coming in super late. I mean, look at this.
Look at that.
Mezexis. Woo! I mean, they got a drive and a half. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they were just wishing that they could find a glider. Anything to get moving up this map faster, because this next zone, if it's going to go even further north, that'll be even worse. Okay. It does
look
center
at the
up.
zone.
I mean, but man, look how many squads are just sit in. We're going to just see an absolute bloodbath here in this match. That's what I'm talking about.
Before things get chaotic, I just want to note that Boring Protocol, they better watch their backs, because after that bridge camp, you already know Mezexis, they're going to want some revenge moving forward, because that one bridge camp really set them back. And I wouldn't be surprised if, they go out to the blue zone all the way down there. So we were talking about creating those rivalries during game 1. Well, that's exactly how it's done, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. Those kind of little moments could definitely just put a big old thorn in the side and cripple your team from just having any progress in the match. I'm interested to see how Mezexis does finish it out. If they finish out strong, then, that is a miracle and a half. But they got a long road ahead of them, literally. Now, speaking of, long road, Ghost, they don't have to worry about anything. I mean, they are centered up in a dominant position on this hill, doing a nice little 2-2 split, trying to just control as much real estate as they possibly can. Look at Polo up top, catching Land. Best camper NA. Gonna have to camp
real
a little
nice
bit
2-2
harder.
split. The Illuminati kind of stuck down there between the duo of Ghosts up there and the duo right here of XSET, just trying to catch their toes, maybe catch their heads peeking out the window. Or a nice little knock. XSET going to be all popping their vehicles, pulling off here. And for good cause. This zone, there's 16 teams still alive. We're almost at that 15-minute mark in the game. But this zone is going to be a challenge, Hot Juice. All these compounds within the zone, all these buildings on the main roads, probably going to be taken up. And to make matters worse, with the amount of teams alive, the edges are also going to be very congested. So it's only a matter of time before these teams walk over a hill, walk into a compound, and they're just up close and personal with each other.
This is what I like to call the planning phase, because this is zone number 3. Zone 4 is where things are going to get really tough. So right now, no one's going to be pushing in like crazy. Even Bop, from outside are going to pushing in super late. You don't have to really worry about them. You need to be just thinking, where is this next zone going to go? And what are we going to do if it shifts away from us? That's what these IGLs and teams are all talking about right now. They're just preparing, because that's when the fighting is really, really going to start.
And an important concept is keeping these vehicles alive, making sure that those tires are not exposed, because you are going to bet that those cars are going to be needed. Looks like BTOWN was knocked, but Tensa might be grouping up, trying to get the pickup. Mezexis looks like one of their squad mates almost made it down there in the south, ran into Ogilvy, who do have that south alt themselves. So, Hot Juice, what are you seeing?
Oh, this hard southern shift. You're going to see the entire squad of Ghost head towards BTOWN. Now, this is why they did that 2-2 split. They wanted to be able to control all this real estate, so if the zone went north, two would go to the other two, and if it went south, all of them are going to come down to BTOWN, and that's exactly what they did. They scouted it out. They knew which spots were open, and they are full sending straight to it. This is what separates Ghost from other squads, these kind of rotations.
Oh, man. We were just kind of prepping the viewers for the bloodbath ahead of us, and it looks like one more squad mate of Mezexis going to be alive here. Ogilvy, we're hoping for them to make that comeback this game. Glaze telling everybody, hey, watch me this game, trying to get these shots with the M4, swapping on over from the Scar.
Oh!
Their squad mate from behind, able to pull that one out, get that clutch, and Mezexis, that bridge camp really not helping them here.
Not at all, but they are going to be on that thin side of the map as Ogilvy, so they're going to be set up. But before we get there, a huge fight. Ghost versus Lazarus. Here goes Tensa with a nice bounce nade. Oh, not able to hit the wall. And it's ZQC action between Ghost and Lazarus. Beautiful knock for Tensa. Going for the second. And they get the squad wide. Ghost are going to control this massive building and take it away from Lazarus.
There you go. 4 points and the ability to get those pickups right there, as Jay from the Panthers down there below picked off Moso. We see them out there in the distance. Legal popping out, looking around, scouting around. Oh, you parked in the wrong spot. Boring protocol. They got 2 kills. They lost fanboys real early on, but now they need to make it through Pro Era if they want to continue fighting in this next circle.
Fight still happening on across the map. Look at that, Sam with the Car 98 busting out some heads. Yeah, Pro Era, that truck's about to go on fire. It's not gonna last too long. They knew it. Popped out the vehicle, gonna hit the laydown. Instant smokes coming out from Lolo. And this is what happens, guys. When you get your vehicle blown up like this, you are stuck wide out in the open. XSET,
that vehicle rotation from that dip we saw them in a little bit earlier, they were able to get right into the middle, and we see them popping off in the kill feed. Pro Era also opting to go center. Look like the Tommy gun from Jay going to be connecting onto one of the squad mates from Pro Era. But a lot of people out here on the west side, the high ground, just fighting for it.
Carnage with a nice knock in that smoke to knock out Polo. Still, I believe Hugh is the last one up for Pro Era. They may... Yeah, that's going to be it for... They might be able to get that res off. Should be good and solid. Right now, we only got one remaining member from the Illuminati. That's going to be Mango. And it's only a matter of time, it looks like. Oh, almost blew up his own. The hit list. Catching Valak. Now they realize an entire new squad is on the other side of the hill. Just a horrible timing for Boring Protocol. They lose a member really quick to that one's mistake.
And Mango was able to slip out the back door right there and continue to survive through that smoke, through that mayhem with that vehicle send over the hill, playing Dukes of Hazards out here from the squad of Boring Protocol. Mango is just trying to survive right now. Ooh, is going to be taking down one squad mate from the hit list, though.
Let's go, Mango.
What do we do?
Let's bring it up. He's going to have to make a play. He's going to go ahead and go for the quick grenade. It's going to be really tough if he doesn't get it, though. Leon might be able to help Mango out big time with the off angle, but he looks the other way. It's up to Mango, and he gets grenaded. Trickster getting it done really nice and finished. So there goes the Illuminati. Still 11 teams remaining in this match.
Close call right there. Next zone goes up. Syndicate down there towards the south. Ogilvy as well, going to be sharing Hacienda, at least the north of Hacienda for the time being. BTOWN rolling in that west side, but UYU pulling up on the XSET.
Full send, here they go. They do get one. Rest of the XSET are gonna have to go ahead and hold this position down. Here comes the CQC kill switch from across the way on that off angle. Gonna have to make a play. It looks like they did just give up those buildings completely. UIU taking one member of XSET along the way. This could be a beautiful nade from Jay. It looks good, and it is good. Return knock back and forth, but it looks like UIU getting the grunt of that trade. But XSET, unfortunately, due to their position, they're not able to come and fight this.
Yeah, we see a smoke. It looks like Kill Switch trying to get these grenades across the road, trying to land that into the room, into the building. J7 pushing across the street with the McLaren, getting up close and personal. Tommy gun in hand, trying to go for that jump shot. Missing a couple bullets, but it's up to J7 and Kill Switch to clean up the house. 19E pulling up from behind, Hot Jukes.
Here they come, 19E looking to get in the mix. They saw this fight happening, and they want to take advantage and third party this. Acer, up close and personal, beautiful nade, and there they go. XSET eliminated, perfectly timed from 19 Esports.
The timing couldn't have been better, and talk about the timing. You got to keep your eye on Ghost. They're right on the other side of this mountain. Got to be very mindful of them. Carnage rolling down the hill, very low in the health department. Should be able to group up with their squad mates in this little shack, little compounds. Ooh, what? Oh, Trickster catching Carnage right there before they got out the truck, but they should be able to get a pickup in. This is right there on the edge of the north, so 19E able to secure a spot for the time being.
That was a beautiful 3-1 push right there from 19E. They sent 3 up front with Carnage in the back to be able to get some shots down the way just in case his teammates got shot at. Once they got the finish, he just comes in through the back. Did get knocked, but he is going to be able to get res in the process, so a great play from 19E regardless. Here comes the next circle. You know 19E is looking to the sky saying, come on, one more time. Back to back, circle, come this way, please. Where's it going to go, though? Who is going to be blessed? You should have begged a little bit harder, brother, because 19E, that zone went in the worst possible direction it possibly could have. The complete opposite side. Tough break for them.
Not only that, Ghost kept spec in the backlines to kind of keep tabs on 19E also. So that information is going to be relayed back to squad mates of Ghost Gaming, and they'll be able to use that how they please. Grave over here from BTOWN, taking some lean shots with the Scar, trying to connect on the Trickster out there. Ho-ho! But they peeked just a little too hard, catching one to the face right there.
Woo! Quick knock. That's what I like to see right there. We're starting to see some bolt actions come out. My favorite guns in the game. Putting in some shots, you can see the hit list. They got it locked and loaded, but it ain't gonna be quick enough. It's a Jet getting some nice shots with that M4, and he knows exactly where that teammate is. The thirst happened really quickly. I mean, this is what these teams are gonna do. If they see a knock, that's an easy point to be able to pick up if you can steal it.
It is Miramar, so the thirst level is doubled. Ooh, Carnage in the kill feed. Ghost pulling up. Xenox right here in front of him.
Tensa getting out the vehicle, getting a huge knock on his Xenox. Here comes Coops, though. One of the 2 best CQC fighters. Tensa and Coops going at it, but it's going to be a 2v1. Actually, Tensa's 1 HP. What? Are you kidding me? Tensa, what a play. Goes out right afterwards. But, oh, that is the CQC fight of this tournament. Are you kidding me?
And the spoils of war going over to 19E. They got a bunch of crates, some meds, some smokes that will definitely come into play. 19E, I love it. They might not have gotten that last zone, but they're playing it nice and slow, third partying when they need to. Now they're going to be overlooking the town, the northern part of Hacienda that has 3 teams in it.
Who is going to finish this out? 19E just coming in. I mean, Tensa hitting the dunk, and then 19E blowing the whistle right after, saying, that's a foul. Sorry, didn't count. I mean, regardless, 19E, this could be a back-to-back chicken dinner for them. 10 points so far. They are looking like the 19E that we've been expecting to see.
Not only that, like their position is high ground in this situation here. So if they could avoid the snipes from Isojet, that crate, you can see they're looking for that crate. That level 3 gear is looking like a treat right here. But 19E, I really like their position as of right now. If the next circle does shift on top of them, well, maybe they weren't looking to use their circle luck last zone, but this zone, not Jukes.
Absolutely. It's a Jet. You can tell, yeah, he was really looking at that crate because he doesn't have a vest at all. One bullet and he's knocked. So he's going to have to play it very, very carefully on top of that roof. You can see some suppressive fire coming from Drake, trying to just hold off 19E for just a little bit longer. The next circle is up, and it is in the favor of 19 Esports. So this is their game once again. Can they get that back-to-back chicken dinner, something they desperately, desperately need?
So it looks like BTOWN, they do at least have 2 vehicles to work with. Not sure if they're going to use those and just, you know, YOLO send it into that dip right in front of 19E, but it's going to be a challenge.
I just realized you got 19 Esports and Ogilvy right across from each other. You know that there's some bad blood in between these two teams. They're both focusing on BTOWN, and I think it's because they want to save each other for last. This is a huge fight between these two teams, and this is Carnage's revenge on Ogilvy, if possible.
Carnage's revenge. That should be the stream title right now for this map. It's the Jet trying to run to Peaceful, trying to get that pickup, possibly very sketch play, not gonna lie. Taking the same path that their squad mate did that just got knocked out right ahead of them. So we just might see that Carnage revenge over here in Ogilvy from yesterday's hot drops here.
Natsu getting some beautiful knocks there. You can see Carnage trying to be able to steal some of those kills, and there they go. BTOWN done and dusted. Getting pinched from both sides by 19 Esports. Yeah, you can see Carnage with a free fire just in case, but it is going to be all free and clear. Still got one member of Syndicate, Ason, in the back. Could play spoiler, but this is the battle I've been waiting to see, Dave. Ogilvy versus 19 Esports. You know it's coming up. It's only a matter of time. Who's going to come out on top? Ogilvy got the better of them yesterday. Could they do it again? Can they get that repeat?
You can see the 3 squad mates of Ogilvy. They got 2 inside the compound, but Natsu pushing out, trying to get that flank onto him right here. Using this moment to really try to get the advantage here. Oh, Glaze needs to watch out. Sam's looking right on top of him. Blue zone pushing in as well. Going to add some pressure to Ogilvy.
That's Sam. He's got the AWM, baby. The biggest and baddest sniper in the entire game. No matter what helmet you got, one shot to the dome, and you are on your knees. And Sam, he's cold with it. You know he's looking for this one. This could be huge. Still, Ason's still up. Don't forget Ason. I mean, he could definitely spoil things for both of these squads if he gets the right position and the right timing. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and Ogilvy, nice Leon nade. With that grenade on the Glaze right there. And they use that moment to send Carnage right on top.
Gotta be careful.
Carnage versus Natsu.
He's got to be super careful. He's pushed out away from the rest of his team. If he gets caught, that's going to put them in a very precarious position. You want to see them work together, but Leon, with a huge nade from downtown, is going to pick off one of the members from Ogilvy. And I guarantee you, after that thirst, they know this is Ogilvy they're fighting. You know that the fire is lit inside of the squad to get revenge for the camping action that happened yesterday. There goes Syndicate. Now it's a pure fight between these two squads. 19E has the upper hand. Can they finish strong?
15 kills onto 19E. That's equivalent to a first place win. Can they get double that right here? Back-to-back chicken dinners. 3v2. This is their moment to shine. Get that revenge, like you said, Hot Jukes, from yesterday.
Gotta be careful. Don't want to group up a little bit too tight. One nade could cause havoc. They do have the hill here. Nice suppressive shots coming on from both sides. They are going to catch one member, and now they know it's a 3v1. Gotta finish strong. Here comes the full stand into the smoke. Looking for the last remaining member of Ogilvy, and 19 Esports have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Back-to-back chicken dinners. And I guarantee you, everybody, this one is just a little bit sweeter to the fact that they got Ogilvy right there at the end. What a crazy, crazy match number 2.
$2,000 right there. And I think, like an hour so far here today since we've been live. So that's $2,000 in the pocket for 19E. And setting a record here as well, those back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners for Super Weekend season number 2 PMPL NA Hot Jukes.
Hey, $2,000 an hour, that is not bad for a day's work right there. Well, you couldn't ask for a better start for 19 Esports. I said it after that first chicken dinner. Yeah, they got zone blessed there, but will that help them get momentum for the next game? And they get the chicken dinner once again. Let's take a look at the round results after that match here. And oh my goodness, is it interesting. 19 Esports with 32 points, Dave. Woo!
Wow. Talk about the comeback. Yesterday, lackluster, to put it nicely, especially with the anger that was coming out from the squad getting hot dropped by Ogilvy. But Ogilvy as well, you have to give it to them. They got 8 kill points. That's second place, 12 points, 20 points. That is going to help them, all things considered, from their game 1 performance to kind of get them back on that right track. So we're starting to see like the emergence of 2 dominant teams in the lobby. I think if 19E can continue with this from games 1 and 2, I don't think anything's going to stop them here today, Hot Jukes.
Nope, definitely isn't. And this is the 19E I've been waiting to see. It's literally good to see them play together as a squad. Ghost having a good, decent game here after that, unfortunate game they had in game number 1. Let's take a look at the second page, see how the rest of the teams fared. I think we're going to see some pretty big names down here. And yeah, you're going to see, of course, Nova Esports not getting the grunt of it. Lazarus and Mezexis, Panthers, all going down early in this one. 4 teams with the goose egg, Dave.
Not where you want to be, not the points you want to get here, especially in the Super Weekend, because these Super Weekends, we only got 3 of them, and the points in Super Weekend counts towards making it to the finals here. Let's check out those round MVPs of this game. Let's see who is popping up, bragging out, getting all these damage points underneath their belt here. Top 3, Carnage, baby.
Boy.
Number one in the house for game number 2.
Flexing his age, baby. 6 kills, 1,050 damage, huge survival time. A great game from Carnage. Leon as well, getting some great kills. And, Babin, Bia, finishing off strong as well from the hit list.
You love to see it. Carnage looking like he's been hitting up the gym as well. Look at that swole right there. Talk about being swole. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to look like these pro players? Well, the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is now on sale. Go into the PUBG Mobile store, get the outfit, look like a pro, play like a pro. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 in the books. We will be right back with some more PUBG Mobile. Don't go anywhere.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The
OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to the PMPL North America. None of this would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus, with flagship performance and 120 hertz display. That's very fast for those of you that don't know. And technology made for gamers like HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the ladder in PUBG Mobile. Get your hands on one wherever mobile phones are sold. All right, y'all, it has been 19 Esports' day, and so what better way to level up your skill set than learning from the pros? So we're gonna take a look at one of those videos that we got.
The way I loot is I loot in a straight line and I go back exactly to where I started. Like you don't want to loot in like a really weird pattern where it takes you so long, because like you want to be efficient as possible, because the game you have like 2 minutes until you need to start rotating. For us, we rotate at around like 1 minute. We want to rotate as fast as possible because having priority in the circle is like very important. And we usually get center circle, so we have like good rotations later on. So the way you want to loot, just try to find like the most efficient way to loot your spot, and that's it. Like try not to waste too much time like going around houses. Just be efficient. That's really all I can say. It's very hard to communicate when it's like the end circle, like so many things happening, but you really want to try and remain calm, because most players towards the end circle, they get panicky, like their comms begin to deteriorate. They start getting nervous. But the best way to do that is just try to remain calm the entire game. Like don't panic when you see like somebody. Don't panic when like you say, "Oh, I'm gonna shoot at somebody." Like just try to remain calm, because when you remain calm, you just set yourself up for the rest of the game. You don't panic towards the end, and it helps your teammates. And when your teammates like hear you're calm, they become calm as well.
All right, hey, Acer, thank you so much for breaking down what the pros have to do, and pretty good timing here because Acer has been dominating so far with the rest of 19 Esports, and I wanted to toss this one to you, Glitter. Just what have you thought so far about Acer and the rest of 19 Esports?
I mean, where did it come from? like in the nicest way. Like this is a night and day performance right now for 19 Esports. We did not see them play like this at all yesterday, so I don't know whatever powwow or conversation or mental reset they needed to do from yesterday to today, but it's working.
Right. You know what the biggest difference is? Sorry, Digon, is Carnage. I mean, yesterday he was only able to get 2 kills, 118 damage. So far today, he has 1200 damage, 8 kills. It's a pretty easy formula. 19E win, Carnage happy. If 19E loses, Carnage big man. Simple formula. As we can see right here, the total damage. I mean, just look at those numbers. Oh my goodness, Glitter, take it away.
Okay, I mean, okay, 19E. Oh, an almost 3K damage match number 2 for 19 Esports. Back-to-back chicken dinners, and the games are getting better and better. So this is a huge performance for 19 Esports. Moving down the list, though, I'm just going to jump straight to Ogilvy here, 7, because we had, you know, as I said, maybe they're going to be able to bounce back in Miramar. It was a really good map for them yesterday, as we saw in the stats. And obviously, they're being outshined right now by 19 Esports, but they still got a 2nd place finish, 8 kills on the board, 1,400 damage, and this is what we saw to them yesterday.
Yeah, and at times we're kind of asking ourselves, well, was that first day a fluke, right? You start expecting those kind of things, but for them to be able to show up here, being able to put up 8 kills, I think it's huge. Same with Syndicate. This is a team that we were kind of both pushing for them to show up here on this Miramar map, and they were able to do that in regards to placement points as well.
Yeah, and just a quick shout out there. You saw Ghost Gaming on there. How about Tensa? Maybe play of the tournament so far here in the 2nd day of the Super Week. The straight up 1v2 against Knights, and then of course gets third partied in the back by 19 Esports, because that's the kind of day that 19 has had. And we wanted to compare that with yesterday's standout performer, Ogilvy. So 19 Esports and Ogilvy having big days so far in Super Weeks. Let's pull that one up and take a look at how similar these stats are so far, and surprisingly, not that different, 7.
Yeah, not that different. And I think it comes down to just what we've been able to see out of 19 Esports this past 2 matches. And something that I kind of wanted to mention, even though we are seeing Ogilvy here kind of take care of damage, take care of kills, and take care of average survival time. 19 Esports, the big difference besides Carnage performing really well today is their third party. I mean, in Miramar, we were able to see this. We were talking about it too. They were able to third party exit after they were done with that fight. They were able to win it easily. And then after that, they were able to third party Ghost Gaming after they were done fighting with Knights. So I am going to be looking forward to what they're able to do in regards to the third party, if they're going to continue this kind of trend, because so far right now for them, Glitter, is working out perfect.
100%. And the important thing to note too is that these stats would have been dramatically different had we just compared that first day of the Super Weekend because of the performance from 19 Esports yesterday. The fact that they're so similar after just 2 matches today is because of the insane performances they've had matches 1 and 2. So we're going to see how they're able to continue this performance, or if they're able to continue this performance in the next 3 matches.
Yep.
Yeah, and here's just a little bit of what the day's been like so far for 19 Esports. Again, you get to see this win moment against Lazarus over at Erangel. We get to see, oh, we'll go backwards. Before the win moment, Carnage, you know, we just haven't seen Carnage pop off in a little while. So when we get those highlights of Carnage, we got to make sure we get show all the love there. There's the nade kill that Carnage had. And we loved this point on the analyst desk that Hot Jukes was bringing up here, 7, that it's 19 Esports here on Miramar getting revenge on Ogilvy with the hot dropping and the camping that was happening in those first couple of days.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting if they're actually going to continue to do that. We know, I mean, talking about him, Carnage was really upset about it, and he's not used to kind of getting hot dropped this early on in a tournament, at least by a team that's not really well known in the NA scene. I'm loving it. Hey, I'm all for hot dropping. Yeah, I think it makes for great content, great viewership as well. But going back to Carnage, we gotta watch out though. If we keep talking about him, his head's just gonna keep on getting bigger and bigger. So take it away, Deacon.
Yeah, well, he is one of the vets of the space, and anytime he does well, he lets everyone know, and this time it's undeniable. 19 Esports, great job so far in today. If you're a 19 Esports fan or fan of any team here at NA, make sure to use the hashtag PMPL when you're talking smack, right? All across the social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Use the hashtag PMPL to get into the conversation. All right, hey, so we've got back to Erangel, another map that is again just the stable one, the one that everyone feels comfortable on, but only a couple teams have found success there, specifically in this Super Week. So, all right, Glitter, it's time to work on that psychic ability. Who are you looking out for here as we return to Erangel at the midway point of day number 2 of the Super Week?
Oh, you're asking a lot of me here. Okay, that was like a one-day specialty. I don't think I can repeat it again. Although, however, I do want to point out one of the other teams that did start to pick things up after they really struggled yesterday in this last match was Hitlist. Hitlist had a much better performance in the last match. So I'm going to say Hitlist going to the third one and see if they can kind of continue that snowball.
Oh, man, that's such a guess there. So Hitlist has been at the bottom. All right, 7, give me a quick one real quick before I throw to the
Nova. I thought she was going to say Nova. I'll say Nova.
There it is. Seven's taking Nova. Hitlist for Glitter. All right, analysts, thank you so much for that breakdown on map number 2. We'll catch up with you in just a little bit. Time to throw to the casters, and we've got a duo change up here. It's no longer Hot Jukes and the Stash Mustache Dave. Let's send it on over to Enverum and Zute for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, D-Gon. We're back. It's been a hot minute, Zute, since we've got to cast together. I'm excited. We have 3 more matches in store for us today. Back to Erangel. What are you thinking in terms of predictions? I have one, but I'm curious to get your thoughts. I'll make the analyst go first.
I think the big boys are out to play today. We saw like yesterday all the young guns, all the up and coming teams that we weren't expecting getting the chicken dinners. Well, 19 Esports, they have set the theme for today. The big boys are here to play, and one big boy that hasn't shown up that I feel like might just show up here, I gotta go with my guys over on the XSET team.
All right, I was leaning towards Ghost. So we both kind of had the same thought process here. If there's a time to go back to one of those established NA teams, I think it might be right here on Erangel. This is the midway point here for our super weekend. $1,000 for every chicken dinner. And not only that, points that go towards qualifying for the finals. That's what this one's about. Let's get into it with game number 3. Zute, let's rock.
All right, we're back on to Erangel. Like, the games today have been pretty wild, pretty exciting. Not as crazy as yesterday, and I feel like this game of Erangel is going to be pretty cookie cutter. We're going to see some of the top teams take like good positions on the map, especially given this plane path. It looks pretty normal. I think all the teams will be able to go where they want. Except I think for Gatka, I'm looking at this, Ogilvy and potentially 19 Esports might clash on this on this plane path.
All right, I mean, let's take a look. Plane path, yeah, pretty solid here. I'm not really expecting anything too crazy. You talked about it, cookie cutter. Again, that kind of feels like a good thing to do. Just sort of go back to your default. Talk to us a little bit, Zute, about what the players are thinking in these early phases. Because obviously, an average game of PUBG Mobile, hot dropping could very well be a thing here. Talk to us a little bit about what players are thinking about when they're going through the loot cycle and how they're thinking about making that approach into this first circle.
Well, the loot cycle all depends on where you're looting and the first circle, depending on the circle, right? If you're looting somewhere, on the edge of the map, you're obviously not a heavy rotational team. And if that first circle is far away, well, you're going to take your sweet time to loot. And if the opposite happens, where you do get the circle and you're landing on somewhere on the edge of the map, you might end up just quickening the pace on your looting just to get that quick little fast rotation in and get a nice spot in the zone.
All right. I mean, makes a lot of sense to me. All about that first circle, where you are in conjecture to it. And we'll see if we continue, some of those trends in towards maybe taking the edge a little bit different. The Panthers have been a team that comes to mind, constantly playing the edge here, constantly looking to play on the outside and not wanting to take any of those crazy early engages. It has cost them a little bit in times past, though, as sometimes they do run into some teams playing Gatekeeper on the outside. With this circle having military still in play, not really being able to execute that strategy as much. However, I think it is unlikely that a team would rotate down through military and then up the other side, even should the circle rotate up towards the mainland. But hey, who knows? We could see something crazy from Nova or the Hitlist, who Glitter had her eye on going into this matchup here. But so far, everything pretty much exactly how we expected it to be. Very calm, quiet early game. And taking a look at where the circle is, where some of these teams are, I'm looking towards the west side. I'm looking towards the teams rotating in from George. Zute, in my mind, that's where we could see some action.
Yeah, the circle did pop up on that eastern side, so the west side do have to make those rotations. And, I mean, we're at the PMPL level stage. I feel like all the teams have figured out the rotations to a point where they don't clash into each other. So I don't think anybody's really going to fight their way in on Circle 1 or even 2. Looking at the hit list, they have not even started looting yet. They just got on a bike, and they're just now getting in their vehicles. We are, if I'm seeing this correctly, we are 3 minutes and 25 seconds into the match. They have yet to loot anything.
I mean, that's just kind of weird. I mean, where they are in this circle, they do have a little bit less pressure on them. Nova unlikely to rotate back in towards them. Unless Ogilvy come in from the north, they will still have some time. I'm not really too concerned about them. But that is just a little bit odd because, as you can see, swapping to pretty much any other team, they're, base kit looted right now. At this point, it's just looking to fill out those meds, a couple of additional attachments, maybe, one tier up in terms of helm or vest, but that's basically it. Other teams at this point, 4 minutes into the game, Sute, they're good to go.
Yeah, luckily for them, this is Erangel, right? You could take the longest time out of all the maps to loot on Erangel because rotating is so easy. There's so many cars. The roads are nice and paved evenly, unlike on Miramar, where everything is just separated by hills, by mountaintops. So not a great looting start, but it shouldn't affect them too greatly, especially given the zone, right? They don't have zone priority, meaning teams won't be rotating into them. So they shouldn't be caught off guard by teams, crashing into them or anything like that. So they could take their time. Speaking about the zone, though, that zone did pop up on the east side, and I called out the XSET team. Maybe this is their game. Maybe this is their game to finally step up and get a chicken dinner. And that first circle is looking really good. You see right here, they barely had to rotate out of Milta to establish positions. You already see them doing a quick little split, maybe a 1-2-1 split. I believe that player was scouting out a building, probably even marking it to say, hey, one of you guys go and take that position. And here we are. 2 teams already rotating in, and this is like maybe 100, 200 meters north of where we just saw XSET. So this is in the center of the circle right now.
This is dead center. And there are a lot of really nice little compounds here outside of Farm, Milta, Shelter. But, well, I say a lot. There are a few of them. They are these nice compounds, though. They have the garage. You can store your vehicles, keep those tires from being popped. But it's interesting the teams are already, like you said, opting to just go, send it dead center. One of the reasons it's such a powerful position, Sute, is because of where it's located near the water, near the bridge. Because if, for some crazy reason, it should happen to rotate down towards military, I think that's unlikely. There is a chance that they can respond to that and not be in an absolutely horrendous position.
Oh, absolutely. We have a standoff right now. UIU and Illuminati across the roadways. I'm looking at my mini-map. Nova has a huge 2-2 split on the west and eastern side of the circle. This first circle, like, I understand why so many teams want to be center, right? It's always good to be center on the circle. But with the first circle like this, when you're set up next to so many teams, and if that circle hard shifts off you, that does make rotating a bit more difficult, especially given this area of the center. I mean, you see it here. It's just one empty roadway down the middle, and then you got buildings on either sides. If it shifts to the east, hey, that team's in luck. If it shifts to the west, hey, the west team is in luck. And then the other team, vice versa, has to make that rotation across, and it could get very deadly.
Could indeed. Again, it's a bit of a high-risk, high-reward strategy here. You're going in, you've got some comfort that at least for the next 2 circles, you're probably going to be in pretty good shape because you are so dead center. That being said, you are surrounded by other squads. The second you do have to rotate out, you have to fight your way out. So the key steps now are gathering intel, identifying what new neighbors are moving in on the block, making sure you've got your ears open, you've got your eyes open, so that you're constantly keeping track of what teams are rotating in near you so that you can take stock that should you have to rotate, you'll know what you got to deal with along the way. But of course, Sute, perfect information doesn't exist except for us, because we have that eye in the sky. We know where everybody's at. So for these teams, that's where the risk part comes in.
Even with our perfect rotations, right? Sometimes I watch these games and it's just like, I'm like, how is this team gonna get out of this situation? So I can only imagine what it's like for the competitors themselves when they get that hard shift or they get into that really tough situation. But we see all these other teams setting up right now. We're about to go into the second circle shift and no casualties, right? That is to be expected on a map like Erangel. Everybody can find their own spot that's open, at least for the first maybe 2 circles. And then after that, I mean, who knows which teams are going to start fighting with who.
I think it's really interesting here just how many teams are lining up around the coast. This isn't by accident. It all has to do with the potential that we get a crazy southern hard shift. The north is completely empty. You've got a couple teams late rotating in. You can see Syndicate, one of them here on the edge of this circle, potentially going to be running into some friends here. We'll keep an eye on this late rotate. But other than that, but they're still basically the only other team up here. Boring Protocol and them. That's it, Zute.
Yeah, Boring Protocol and Syndicate up there on the north. I think one of the Nova members got knocked right here. And look at, I don't know what is what is Nova doing? You see where Chiffon is? And then XSET pushed a Nova player on that east side, and there we got the circle shift, goes towards the east. XSET dead in the center of the circle. I really do not understand what Nova was doing there. They must have gotten separated on rotation somehow, but that's like 1,000+ meters separation. That's very unlike Nova. I mean, I talk about Nova playing splits, right? But that split, that's pushing it. That's definitely pushing it for a standard split.
Yeah, they do tend to play the early game very spread out. They do it here. They especially do it on the next map. Well, they do it on Sanhok. Definitely keep an eye on that. But for them to lose a player this early in this situation,
two players,
just actually. Two players.
Yeah.
Oh. So they must have been duo scouting and just gotten caught out. Probably, scouting for the next potential rotation. But at the same time, that's just not ideal at all. I mean, they're going to again, you have to know how many neighbors you've got nearby when you're making these plays. So something to keep an eye on is Ogilvy is rotating in. They do have a ways to go, though. But XSET, who landed Milta, this is their backyard. This is the area they know the best. They've got to be feeling great right now, Zute. This is their backyard.
Yeah, this is pretty much XSET's territory. The one problem, though, I have to say with this type of circle is that it is probably one of the most dynamic circles in the sense of what's left on the map to play. You have that giant, mountain top. It's not Mount Everest. It's bigger than Mount Everest. It leads up to that lumberyard area that completely splits the map between the north and the south. In the south, you have Melta with all of those buildings just scattered throughout the south coastal side. And on the north, you have barely any cover with a few buildings scattered, a few dips, a few trees. So it's familiar to XSET, but depending on where the circle goes, it could drastically change things. So even though this is XSET's backyard, it is a very big backyard that could easily change at a moment's notice with a circle shift.
Yeah, and a little bit of a change is something that Nova needs right now. Haven't been having the best time of it so far. Losing two players early. We have to keep an eye on what they can do here. They're lying low for now, getting a bit of a split. I think that's the right play. But even running low on meds and stuff at this point too, Zute, they are just not where they want to be this point in the game. As I'm seeing the rest of the teams rotating in from the west, Milta is just a traffic jam. We are definitely going to see some fighting in this next circle, because while the rotations now have been hectic, we're going to move from hectic to chaotic real quick.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where this next circle goes. Like I said, this is almost like a Miramar circle in the sense of the next shift can change everything. Usually on Erangel, we see a shift and it's like, okay, you immediately see sightlines, pathways teams could rotate in from. You could kind of in your mind see where all the teams will set up for the next circle. But we're only in circle 2, going into circle 3. And there's going to be a lot, like you said, a lot of traffic jams depending on where that next circle goes.
Yeah, Illuminati. Landline doesn't even have a helmet at this point. Taking shots over towards 19E. Not sure if that was already removed or if they just didn't have one to begin with. I'd be more surprised in that situation. But you can see what I'm talking about. That left side of the circle, the western side, is a mess. If the circle comes back that way, I think we're probably okay. But if it hard shifts out towards Milta Power, it is going to get ugly. Zute, it's going to get a little ugly.
That is one ugly circle. Look at how open that northern side of the circle is. That open area is actually the middle of the previous circle, but nobody is there because, like I said, that lumberyard area, that hilltop area is just so difficult to play in. You got so many ridges and hills and dips, and then you got the lumberyard itself into play, but teams are forced to have to make use of it now. You see all the teams rotating out. One XSET member actually kind of getting caught down there in the toll booth. The Hitlist, they hear that player. They're getting their nades ready and primed right now.
Yeah, J7 unfortunately left behind. XSET had a decent amount of time to play around with this, so I'm a little bit surprised. The team it looks like they're leaving him. Keep an eye on that as the rest of the teams are making this mad dash, the send, and I don't know what kind of weird gentleman's agreement we got going on right here, but the lack of kills I'm seeing is absolutely surprising as Nova Esports is just getting absolutely wrecked. XSET did end up rotating into them. As we're seeing here, actually, hang on, Nova's on the screen right now against the Illuminati. So we're seeing them just trying to hold on. The down did come through.
Oh.
So we're going to see if they can confirm the kills. AZ's burning up as well. This Molly is huge.
Oh, that Molly just did not seem to go away for the longest time. AZ was patting him. He was trying to pat himself down, but that was a self-Molly, if anything. Nova in a 2v4 defense does end up securing one player knocked. Now it's a 2v2, and Nova are pretty much dead center of the zone. And this compound is such a strong one to hold. But Nova, they're not going to press aggression. I think they're going to look to just be neighbors instead.
I mean, they're in a pretty good spot. They're pretty much dead center. They had taken a double building split. Well, the kill feed might be lying to me. The plays from Nova are flying true, to say the least. That nade not quite connecting. However, that Molly was absolutely massive. Somehow, some way, though, AZ was able to rotate all the way around, crawl their way through the smoke tunnel, light up by the team, the Illuminati, with some absolutely wild teamwork to make this a 3v2 and not let Nova take this on even footing.
That was like musical chairs right there. Nova had a player stuck in that building with 2 Illuminati players, and the other one that was knocked from Illuminati just kind of switched sides, and it's like a gentleman's agreement. Like, hey, we'll be neighbors. Next zone, if we get circle, we're going to get crashed. You hold down that side, we'll hold down this side. So might just work out for both teams. Like, we're coming in to the highest levels of competitions, and sometimes it's just not worth the risk to take a fight. Might as well just team up, in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very tenuous alliance, to say the least. Turn on each other at a moment's notice, as we can see the circle continuing to center up. I am so surprised at how many teams were able to make it to their next location easily. Everybody just jumped in vehicles. Nobody wanted to take fights. Nobody's to commit onto a fight they don't know they can win when there's so many potential teams coming around. But as I say, that 19E is in a fight with UYU. So we can see the nades continuing to rain in. UYU trying to breach this compound. 19 in the high ground. Big nades, though, coming in. Carnage surviving with an HP. A single bullet will be enough to take them down here. Trying to get in around the corner. UYU forced back with the Molly, but the potential for third party is absolutely massive. They got to try and take them up the stairs. Smoke's coming out to continue to buy time as Sam is playing on the stairs, trying to pre-fire around the corner so the rest of the squad can try and reset, and somehow, Zute, they are.
Yeah, it was aggression out of Sam. You saw Sam kind of run down the stairs, peek his head out, throw a grenade, fire some shots. That deterred UYU's aggression off of that knock, and now it's reset again. I would have to give the advantage to UYU. Usually in these situations, the players and the teams holding the second floor always come out on bottom, and now you see why. So much easier to throw a nade up to the top. But Sam, once again, coming in clutch, getting that trade knock. He gets traded, though. Now Leon forced in a 1v2 situation.
Taking shots from the third party. It all comes down to Salt and Jag here on the low ground, going to be trying to confirm the revive. Carnage trying to back up and reset, while Sam will continue to gather intel for the team, letting them know how long they've got on this push. Neither team wants to throw this one away. They want to make sure they confirm these kills. Carnage going into the Molotov to continue to buy them some time. That will be massive for 19E, but you can see the shots. You can hear them raining in from the outside as the potential for a third party continues to mount here. Zute. At this point, I think UYU, they just got to make the play. They've got to make the call.
Yeah, luckily for them, Sam did not manage to get revived. So UIU, they have the man advantage. They're pushing in. Leon goes down, just down to Carnage. Carnage gets one. Carnage 1v2. Carnage had a great game last game. He might be feeling himself. I'm rooting for him, but oh, it was not enough. And UIU getting the better of 19 Esports, putting 19 Esports reign to a stop, but it is not over yet for the rest of the teams. Boring Protocol getting into the fights right now, holding down that Wizard Tower. Great defense out of them. They're taking out all of the Syndicate members. And look at that. Bob, they're playing a split too, so great split defense out of Boring Protocol.
Absolutely massive. You can see the player off on the high ground. Continue to leverage support. Both teammates are trying to do that, though, as the fight is continuing here. The second UYU think they've got... Oh, I take that back. The Hitlist rotated in, and the compound that they fought, the compound that they held, that they fought so dearly for, Zute, they were able to hold on again. They've taken down multiple squads here now. UYU, after that, crazy run to just even make it into the Super Weekend, they're showing up.
Yeah, they're finally showing up, and if they get the next circle and another team crashes them and they defend it, I'm gonna call that the UIU from now on. Like, where are we headed? What building are we heading to? We're heading to the UIU because that team really needed to start showing up on day number 2, and they are coming in huge with that double back-to-back team wipe.
All right, we'll see if the trend continues. UIU on day number 2. That's what we're going to keep our eyes on as the circle is closing in now. Teams have done a fairly good job of spreading out. Somehow, a lot of these fights have actually been somewhat isolated. We haven't seen as many third parties as we did last time around on Miramar. Teams have been able to battle it out pretty much amongst themselves as we do get the hard shift. And Zute.
Ooh.
UIU got it.
Yeah, the UYU. I'm thinking the Panthers might push UYU next. There is that giant dip below UYU where a team could just rotate in and survive. And also, Ogilvy still alive, still kicking. They got only 2 players up, one of them in the zone, though. So as for the other teams, we see here Mezexis, Illuminati, all trying to rotate in. Coops getting one out of the buggy, I believe. And I think Coops is the last player for PK. He's in the shack, just trying to pick up whatever points he can.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about survival. The mentality, the game plan has to change. As the Illuminati caught out on the rotate. The Panthers slow and steady, looking to win this race. They haven't picked up a single kill for themselves yet, playing from the outside, but this is their time, capitalizing the teams who've been taking fights this whole time. Zute, armor, helmets, gone, meds, low, smokes, maybe not in existence, but the Panthers are still fresh. There is something to be said about their late game focus here, as they're looking to be in pretty good shape to take these fights. With teams shooting like that, oh boy, they're going to get it done.
Yeah, common knowledge for all the competitive players out there. What you see is what you control, and the Panthers, they see the next circle, so there's no reason for them to rotate in just yet. And you see right there, they got full control. They let other teams rotate in ahead of them, pick up the kill points, and then they go on in once they clear everything out. So great play out of the Panthers, playing it slow, and they are looking fresh, having all of their utility at use still.
Indeed. I'm looking towards the teams that still have all 4 players alive. Lazarus is one of them. XSET's another, and actually looking at the circle, I think they have one of the best positions here up on the high ground. As you can see, Coop's already 600 damage dealt. Is that total? Is that overall? I need context on that number, because it's seriously impressive in either case. Coop's constantly a fragger that we have our eyes on, but Lazarus, well, folks have got their eyes on them as well as Ogilvy in the same wizard tower. Lazarus tried to crash it. If they can get... Oh, no, they lost fears. Not ideal for them.
This Ogilvy 1-1 this late into the game, and the way they're playing it, absolutely beautiful. Both Ogilvy members were in the tower. You know for a fact Lazarus crashes that, nades the top, and they get control of it. But Ogilvy playing confident, playing a 1-1 split down to just 2 members. You saw right there, Natsuo got the opening knock, XSET finished the kill, but it keeps both players alive, and they still maintain control of that tower. Beautiful play out of Ogilvy. I'm absolutely loving this iteration of Ogilvy coming into the Super Weekend.
Oh, 100%. We did not really see that version of them during the regular week of league play, but they have stepped it up in a big way as the Panthers are looking to step into the territory of Mezexis. Great opening nades, Starlight low. The rest of the shots are coming in. The smoke's not going to do a whole lot, and that's just going to be it. Your own personal red zone here as Mezexis is ground down under the Panthers, who pounced on this weakened squad. And UYU continues to get the circle. I talked about the position of XSET, how good it looked. They are going to have to rotate out. UYU is currently the only team in this, and right now, Ogilvy, Lazarus, they got to move, but they have so many people looking at them.
Somebody's got to crash UIU. I hope it happens, because we could continue to see the UIU defense. You know what it is? I think UIU has shed so much blood at that compound. The circle gods have decided to bless them with that circle. And XSET coming in huge right now, pushing up downhill to take the fight against the Panthers.
And one player did go down in response, which means they do have to commit to it. They were potentially going to back up, try and reset this, but at this point, they just have to try and thirst the kills as kill switch is getting dropped as well. Nice little hold here from the Panthers. A big split from Legal. Freddy's going to drop. This will allow XSET to reset. They did get J7 out earlier. They've had 4 players up this whole time. Like I said, it's in their backyard. There's the nade from Telly. They've been waiting for this whole time, and that's the opportunity for them to rotate on in. or rotate out. They're going to deal with the player behind them. They're going to deal with this last Ogilvy player who is going to drop before they rotate in. Zute, make sure there was no one behind them. That is a heads-up play from them.
Oh, definitely clear out your backsides before you go in. Lazarus doing a beautiful push right there. Confident. XSET trying to do the same, trying to clear out the sides of the Panthers before trying to go into circle. They already had the advantage taking down 2. They take down another, and now the Panthers just down to 1, and XSET still have 4 players remaining.
And I mean, it seems like this story has been going slowly but surely to this inevitable conclusion that is UYU and XSET clashing over this compound. The compound that UYU has fought so dearly to protect. But if this circle should shift out of it, if it should somehow favor XSET without favoring them, this could be huge. As Lazarus is still in play, the Panthers are going to go out. It's coming down to these last 3 teams.
Is this XSET's game? Is this UYU's game? I mean, I predicted XSET. I would be very happy if my prediction comes through here. I mean, you called it too in the beginning of the game. This is XSET's backyard, and they are showing it through spades right now with their positioning, with their aggression. XSET right now with 12 kills, just 3 away from a chicken dinner's worth of points.
Absolutely massive, and it shifts off. It doesn't really favor either of them. I think a little bit of this building might still be in play. It's actually Lazarus that potentially gets the best end of this, unless that rotation gets caught. And it does just a little. 1 player still going in. The nade starting to rain in from XSET. They're going to have to try and work their way around. I think they can do so on the low ground here, potentially deal with this 1 remaining Lazarus player, and then put all their focus towards UYU. The other option is to try and take them to the high ground, but this is going to be tough as Joey is getting in on the action.
Oh, Joey got a little bit greedy, I think, trying to go for that thirst. I mean, he got it. Maybe it was worth it because he's down to 1 person, so he secured another kill point. But that insta-wipe is cue for XSET to realize, hey, we wiped a team over there. That spot is now 100% open. Now, XSET, even though they're down a man, they got the first rotation into zone, and now XSET has the defense advantage.
Absolutely huge. That was exactly the play I was looking for. That's exactly the play they delivered. But I also want to give some props over to UYU. The second they saw those vehicles go in the send, they weren't able to blow them up. And the second those vehicles got behind the defilade, they dropped. They threw smokes. They started to make their own rotation. They did not linger in that compound 1 second longer than they needed to. And look at the field of smoke. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 smokes down, Zute. I counted them all because that's a lot.
That was some fast counting, but we're going to have to count how fast the knocks come out now because UYU, they have the smokes, but if I remember correctly, there is no hard cover in any of those smokes, and eventually those smokes are going to run out, and you see XSET, they have a little TPP Ridge advantage peak here. They could see UYU without having to expose their own heads.
And this is absolutely huge. That kill onto Lazarus opened up so much potential for them. Circle's going to force them out of it mostly, but this was the key player. It was J7. Oh, no. That's not ideal. That's the huge knock. This is going to open this whole side. All 3 players are running in. Polo just has to spray and pray as the next one goes down. Wait, that's Jay who's able to try and turn this. Can he find it in a 1v3 situation? Yes, gets 1. This is huge in a 2v2 situation. XSET continuing to find the shots, the downs. I cannot believe it. UYU is throwing it all away. Can Polo get it done, or is it Nemesis with the big gun who can lay things down? Going for a clutch revive in the middle of all this. Zute, this is absolutely nuts. The guts coming in from Nemesis to stick this, and Jay pops back through. He gets the revive off. The player drops immediately. Can Jay find the shots? And it's UYU!
Insane. Insane. Who was that? Nemesis at the end?
Yes.
He had, I mean, I saw 3, maybe 4 key mistakes back-to-back out of UYU. So the amount of pressure Nemesis was under to clutch that, like, first they committed to a push, but only 1 player stepped out of the smoke to commit to the push. That player went down. That was a huge mistake. I was going to say UYU is throwing this and then going for that revive. I mean, no way you get that revive off. And even if you do, that player is 1 HP without cover. Absolutely useless. So the fact Nemesis clutched that the way he did, I mean, I don't even know what to say.
look, we'll look at the round results, but the second that revive came through, the player instantly tanked a bullet for him, dropped again, but in that moment, able to pinpoint where XSET had rotated and was able to get the return. I don't know. It was sloppy across the board. Both teams finished with 13 kill points, so absolutely massive games. Over 53 points between two teams up here at the top. Absolute point sponges. Lazarus involved in the conversation, but look at the way the points just drop off a cliff after that Zute.
Yeah, XSET and UIU coming up huge. And I got to give a shout out to Lazarus. They've been kind of quiet, but that last game, we saw them play the traditional Lazarus way, right? Clearing out the edge, taking the aggression when needed. So shout outs to Lazarus as well. Ogilvy with 6 points. Let's look at page number 2 now. Let's see how the rest of the teams fared in that round 3 of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look down. As we can see, Mezexis, despite their awkward opening, were able to continue to get some points. 19 Esports. That momentum hit a wall after a sick 17-kill chicken dinner to a big old goose egg. While the return to normalcy here on Erangel, not necessarily favoring them. Nova Esports continuing to have a very quiet game. And Ghost, who was the team that I was looking towards, not so good. Not so good. A lot of continuous big hitters here on the second page, not doing quite so well. And Zute, we have to continue to look at the MVPs because I think these numbers are going to be just disgusting.
I'm waiting to see Nemesis. I mean, I saw he had 6 kills at the end of that game, but let's see how much damage he did.
Oh, yeah.
851. And when the other 2 MVPs are XSET, and you had a face-off XSET at the very end, last player live, I mean, I think Nemesis deserves like a little extra MVP award because he took down the likes of Polo and Jay there at the end. So shout outs to Nemesis. That was a clutch that should not have happened, but he did it. He did it.
I mean, yeah, that was just really, really sick. And if your opponent's going to make a mistake, if your opponent's going to give you an opening, you got to take it. Take it with both hands. Lots to break down from that one, though. So many wild, crazy fights there in the late game. Can't wait to hear what our analysts have to say, which means we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, more PUBG Mobile action.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hey, welcome back everyone to PMPL North America Season number 2. Another Erangel in the books and a nice little win there for one of our squads. And 7, I think now's the time to take a look at the overall leaderboard from the weekend now that we've got a couple of these matches in the book so far.
Yes, I want to see some of the surprises from yesterday. I want to see how they're going to be playing out today. Ogilvy, I know at the beginning of the day they didn't start out too hot, but they kind of brought it up a little bit more. And UYU, I mean, did anybody expect that out of them? I personally didn't. I'm excited to see that overall leaderboard once it does pop up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Digon. Glitter, did you expect UYU to win that last one?
No, but I am incredibly happy that that is what happened. 1, because it's going to bump them up the overall leaderboard. 2, because I think all of us, casters included, had questioned how well that they were going to do now, considering they had come in last place for the Super Weekend. And this, I don't know what. Wow. Okay. All right, 7, to take us through this.
Yes. Yo, listen, I'm happy about some things here. Ogilvy in first place. So far, 99 points. I love seeing that. 19 Esports as well. The comeback from 19 Esports, just to refresh your memory, they started off the day in 11th place with only 24 points. So they have been putting quite a performance. Remember, they did get back-to-back chicken dinners at the start of the day. And then BTOWN, one of my favorites, Glitters, and I know it's one of your favorites as well, currently sitting in 3rd place with 73 points.
They are just sneaking their way up the leaderboard right now, silent but still earning points the entire way as they go. Panthers, another squad, and Syndicate. We wanted to see what they were capable of doing today. Well, what they were capable of doing was apparently leapfrogging Knights on the overall leaderboard, who have dropped down to 6th place. They are technically tied with Syndicate right now, but generally these leaderboards still have a lot of changes that are being made. Ghost Gaming next, and then UYU 7 after that performance all the way up in 8th place. Like, okay.
After getting just a mere 13 points yesterday after 5 matches, for them to be sitting here in 8th place, it's man, we're just getting hit with so many surprises this Super Weekend. I'm kind of a little bit scared what's going to be happening throughout this tournament now. We do have Mezexis there with 59 points. I'm going to skip Nova for a bit, all right, because I know Glitter's probably going to want to talk about them. And then we do have XSET as well. I mean, we've seen some performances there out of XSET. I think that last game, they played it out so well. Something that I love, what Paul said, was that they were literally playing in their backdoors, but UYU was just too powerful in that last one. We do go down a little bit more. We have Boring Protocol with their IGL Fate. I want to see more out of that team, especially with Fate being such a veteran now in this kind of stage. We do have Pro right there with 37 points. And then as we keep going down the list, the Hitlist still with 26 points.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on Miramar, Jet just getting popped early and then you're losing your best player. Those types of mistakes have been costly. And just another quick factoid to note, XSET have all 4 players in the top 10 of fraggers for the day. They have been on fire, 35 points in kills, but they just haven't been able to put together the placements needed. And a team that was able to put the placement needed was the last chicken dinner winner. There we go, got there. It was UYU. Glitter, why don't we take a look at some of those stats that they've put together in their great run in that last map.
Yeah, I mean, we had to give them a little bit of love here because, like I said, that last performance, I mean, matching XSET in kills, 13 kills, the chicken dinner. This is comparing their performance yesterday to their performance today. And oh my God, I knew it was like, I knew it was a huge difference, but the damage is more than doubled. I mean, I'm fine with the heals going up because that just means they're taking engagements. And we saw how many times specifically in this last match, their compound got rushed and they survived the fight and then had to heal back up after. So I'm not surprised. Average kills have completely skyrocketed. I mean, this is this is the type of gameplay that I think we were hoping for out of UYU, especially after they just barely squeaked into qualifying for the Super Weekend. We were looking for them to step it up and kind of show why they were able to qualify through. And after this performance, I think they have shut a lot of people up, you know?
They definitely have. I mean, UYU surprise win. I think for a lot of us, even what Suta was saying, they just kept on defending that compound so much that we're definitely. I'm gonna go with Suta here. We're definitely gonna have to call it the UYU compound.
Well, a team that also had a great performance in that last one, I tickled it a little bit earlier, teased it a little bit earlier, was XSET. And Seven, this is a squad that you have highlighted over and over again. They've been a little slow here in Super Week, but now they're finally starting to turn online here.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go back and rewatch that to hear what you just said. But with XSET, I mean, the main thing that I think a lot of us were talking about at the beginning of the day was Polo. The difference here between Polo, what he was able to do yesterday to what he's been able to do today. I mean, you can see it right there in purple. Yesterday, he got 0 kills, 580 damage. Today, he has actually ended up 2 matches with top damage as well. Today, so far, he has been able to put up 7 kills, 11 knocks. I mean, look at the heal. Something that's actually quite impressive here is that the output in damage has more than double, actually almost more than triple, and the heal has pretty much been the same. That is just so impressive, and this is the caliber of gameplay that I kind of wanted to see of Polo. And this is something I was actually telling J7 when we got a chance to talk. It was Polo had a bad day. Hopefully that changes, because it will be completely different for them to miss out yesterday on that big fragging power was huge. But now to be able to see Polo being back and being able to put up those numbers that we kind of expect them to, this is huge.
Yeah, they've been doing great and trying to bounce back. And if you rep the set or rep UYU, any team that you rep, use the hashtag PMPL across all your social media platforms, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Got them all in one go. Hashtag PMPL to let us know who you are representing and get in the conversation for PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Season number 2. All right, let's take a look at the schedule for the day. 3 maps down, 4th one coming on up. It's me and Seven's favorite map. Time for some crazy chaos over at Sanhok Glitter. What are you expecting out of this one?
I never know what to expect out of this one, okay? I told you I couldn't do it 2 days in a row. Sanhok specifically, this one's always a mess. So, you know what? Let's go with BTOWN.
Oh, there it is. We've been waiting for the BTOWN prediction. We'll see if it comes true here. Analyst, thank you so much for breaking down map number 3. Casters, ready to go? Get us into the games, why don't you? Thanks.
Oh, you're so welcome there, D-Gon, as we're going to get into it here on Sanhok. Very excited. Also a map that I enjoy, as it often just completely devolves into unmitigated running and trying not to die to good old hashtag Papa Blue. Zute, good times. Good times.
Yeah, good times indeed. And yesterday, I mean, we saw that Northwestern Island finish, one of the most exciting finishes on any Sanhok match. Like, I want to see... I mean, there's the Northwestern finish, and then there's the rest of the Sanhok map, right? All of which is just all chaos. So, either way you cut it, Sanhok, we never know what's going to happen.
That's the one thing we know, is that we don't know. Because again, once you start getting past Circle 3, Circle 4, I mean, the early game is kind of interesting because the potential for third parties go up just because everyone's so tightly packed. But once you start getting into those mid-game circles, you're just running. If you can't finish a fight in under 60 seconds, don't take it. You're probably going to die right along with the team that you are engaging. That's what I'm keeping an eye on here. The teams that can get in, get out quickly, get the loot, get the kill, more importantly, get the rotations. Because if you're not ahead, you are behind. That's the nature of the game here on Sanhok. We'll see which team can take advantage of the chaos. We'll see which team can plant their flag in the jungle as we get into match number 4. Zute, let's go.
One thing I'm looking forward to the Sanhok match, but regardless of where the circle goes, is the Lazarus and Boring Protocol fight. We saw yesterday, they both dropped at the top of that Northwestern Island mountaintop, and they wanted control of it. And we saw why, because the team that ended up winning that match was Nova. And they took control of it, and they won the game. And if I know Fate, because I was on a team with them.
You do. You do know Fate.
Contest that mountaintop area. So I'm looking forward to see how it goes in the beginning engagements in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think that's huge. Again, having that height advantage, especially on a map like Sanhok, whose elevation, some elements of it do emulate Miramar in that regard. There are a lot of like awkward cliff faces to play around, and even less awkward ways to get, or more awkward ways to get out of them. I think we're gonna go with that. It's just keeping an eye on those levels of elevations, catching your opponents out on the rotations. So, yeah, I mean, if they can get another one of those kind of situations under the belt, we'll see if we get a crazy late game circle shift. We'll keep an eye out for that one as we hopefully are getting into things here. Yes, I do believe we are getting underway here. The Rumble in the Jungle on Sanhok. Now, take two, Zute. Let's go.
Yeah, plane needed to get a little bit of more fuel in before we take off, and the plane is all fueled up and ready to go. You can see it here right on your screen. Good plane path, I think, for all the teams. Usually, plane path is never an issue, but sometimes on a rare occasion, it does become an issue. Now, I'm willing to bet, potentially, Boring Protocol might do a 3-1 where they drop 3 people on top of the mountain. I remember back in PMGC days when we got contested on that North Mountaintop, we ended up sending all 4 players up to the top just to get control of it. But right now, with the way it looks like Lazarus is completely backing off. No players electing to go up to that mountaintop, and they're just going to go towards Ha-10. First circle comes up. It is not that northwestern side. It is actually quite deep in the south.
Well, I mean, if you're a Glitter Explosion, you're smiling right now because you predicted BTOWN to win this one, and they are in a great spot in this opening circle. They're going to have all the time in the world to loot in this. Pretty split, which we're also seeing from Nova. Nova actually one of the teams that really pioneered these super wide drops on Sanhok. And there's a particular reason for that, Zute. I'm sure you're well aware, but for the fans, healing is so important, probably more important on this map than any other because of, like I talked about, how fast the circles move in the mid game, and heal strats are hyper prevalent. I'm not going to go too much into it now because we're actually seeing a bit of a hot drop with Pro Era and Illuminati of all teams here. Lolo's in a bit of a rough spot, Zute.
Yeah, we actually did see them fight yesterday, too. They both did like a 2-2, and we saw Seagut pop off, winning a 1v2, basically winning that whole entire fight for Pro Era. So it looks like they've adjusted their drops, but not in a way that some teams might expect. They didn't adjust it to give space to one another. They adjusted it to drop and chase down one another. Now we see a 3-1 split from both teams. I only see 3 players from both teams in these cities. And I do believe each team has one member off a little to the side, trying to get an off-angle flank in.
I like this position from AZ in particular is catching my eye. They can get up behind that tree cover on top of the cliff, could potentially rotate around, could offer a lot of support, especially to a player like Pan that's playing out on one of those balconies. It all comes down to which team can get the opening knock and how comfortable they feel being able to chase after it. But at this point, where they are so far outside the circle, Zute, there will need to be a choice made somewhat soon on how much they want to commit to this, because it'll just mean both teams die if they take too long here. They will need to rotate through. They know they're going to have to rotate through Ghost of all teams, so keep an eye on this. As Fishy is also looking to get this high ground position, and he finds it. Can't quite get the shots, though.
Oh, that headshot and body shot. That level 1 helmet saving him by the skin of his teeth right there. And now, I mean, Fishy's giving away his position. I don't know if Fishy knows where AZ is. And, oh, well, they're running right at each other. This is a huge 1v1. Both off-angle players taking it in. Fishy going prone. AZ just running in the open. He must have misjudged where Fishy was. And Fishy, even though his name is Fishy, he can also play on the land, winning that 1v1, going prone in the grass. That is a fish snake, if I've ever seen one.
That was, as much as that was a good play from Fishy, I feel like that was just a blunder coming in on the other side of things. You talked about how important that fight on the off angle was. It is, I can't understate it. It's critical for both of these teams because now one team has a player that can flank. One team has a player that can initiate things, look for an opening knock, and the other one just doesn't. And not only that, they're down a body in all this. You can see Lan looking up towards that high ground. King Camper missing the mark as Fishy is going for the wide wrap.
Yeah, Pro Era is actually sending 2 players up onto the hill, the high ground, to get multiple angles, and the other 2 are pairing up, pushing in, trying to isolate 2v1s. I actually really like this, but Lan, he's got the DBS in hand. This could turn really nasty really quickly.
Needs to might find one shot, gets it done. Pulls out the M's. Oh, and that's the high ground! That's the angle, Zute! Does a fantastic job of picking up that first opening knock, but the player on the off angles is there. Mango is going to look to go in and finish what Lan started, but the shots are continuing in. The pressure is there, allows the revive to go through, but Pan will be able to get the damage done. I believe a being primed down there, turning things around with the Vector. Zute absolutely massive, but they can't confirm either one because Fishy opens it up and shuts it right on down. Pro Era with the pro strats here on Sanhok.
Those are the angles, the high ground, that off angle 1v1. Now you see why both of us, we were stressing it. Whoever wins that off angle 1v1 gets a huge advantage. And we saw Pro Era pretty much using that high angle, that high ground, the off angle. It completely destroyed the Illuminati team.
And what's so great about that, also note, we did lose 2 players of Ghost. Sad days, sad days. Uncommon for them here on this map. They normally have a pretty good sense of early game Sanhok. But they were the 2 players who were playing in the building, Zute, not only did they correctly identify where their opponent was, not only did they perfectly take a 2v1 into an unfavorable gun situation, but they played around a window that their teammates could cover them.
Yes.
A lesser team, a lesser player wouldn't have done that. They took the layout of the building into account of where they took their stand. They literally did so in such a way that they could cover the low ground and the high ground, below the first and second floors. Huge play here from them. And again, we'll keep talking about it because Ghost Gaming, oh man, they're just making me sad, dude. I don't want to talk about this.
Ooh. I mean, this might be HH24's redemption arc right here. He is the last one left alive for Ghost Gaming. Now, being a solo on Sanhok, it's near impossible to get placement points or kill points for that matter. But I will say, I have seen it done over in the Chinese scene when PEL Order from the Nova China team. I saw it happen. They drop Painan. They lose all 3 players. Order's the last one alive. He ends up getting 3rd place for the team after being a one-man from the very start of the game. So HH24, hey, he might just be able to pull that one off. I mean, it's going to be quite the tall task, but you never know, like we said, what can happen on Sanhok.
Anything is possible. They're already in the circle, can play quiet for the next little while. Keep an eye on that. You know, I'm going to go back to the point we talked about earlier, the importance of heals. And part of the reason why we saw the split drops early and why taking these early fights and being able to get your opponent's meds is so critical, because I would say 80% of the teams that make it to Circle 5, Zute, are going to put meds on one player, 15, 20 plus first aids. They're going to go for a heal strat.
Heal strat indeed. XSET J7 kind of bored waiting
crossbow?
in his building, picking up a I doubt that he's actually using a crossbow. He's got other guns. I think he just switched over to it. But I mean, hey, if you got nothing better to do, right? You know, just sharpen your aim with some crossbow shots. You know, just make use of your time warming up, I guess. You know.
Got to keep the fingers limber, as it were. Can't get too cold. That's important. You know what I mean? But yeah, at the same time, I would love to see a crossbow kill. I will personally give huge shout-outs to the player that gets a crossbow kill here in the PMPL. Just throwing that out there. Put that out into the world. That's the kind of energy that we like to see. As potentially seeing another fight here, Lazarus did a fantastic job surviving, scrapping it out, making it to the late game on Erangel. Potentially getting into a fight with Boring Protocol, a 1v2 situation here. Fate up close, but it's Fame Boys who drops first. Fate can't find the shots as Fears just a little bit too big. Will have time to get out the first aid as well. And this is huge as G3 is going in. Is able to trade one back though, some way, trying to even this one up. Fate's gonna drop as well. Just like this, Lazarus actually turning this on its head. And Boring Protocol, okay.
That's a sad sight to behold. Valak trying to run away in a tuk-tuk. And I do think that tuk-tuk is missing a wheel too. So
more like tuck stuck. It's not going anywhere.
Lazarus is literally Boring Protocol's Kryptonite on Sanhok. This is the second time we've seen them fight on Sanhok, and once again, not just Lazarus, Fears getting the better of them. I don't know if you remember yesterday, but Fears literally jumped off a 30-feet cliff, landed in front of a player from Boring Protocol, and just shot him in his face. And I was like, that's a Batman play if I've ever seen one. And so Fears continuing to put the fear into Boring Protocol on Sanhok. He got a crazy nasty two-piece to start that one off, but HH24, can he do it? Maybe. Yes, we can. HH24 getting surrounded. Alucard dropping in to drop shot for HH. I respect it.
Okay.
Get that thirst in. Get that thirst in. But HH is surely done for now.
Absolutely. Lays down the molly to try and buy a little bit of space to get off the potential heal, but it ain't happening. Not a second one, as that is going to be the pickup there. Knights could have played that better, though. They only dropped with 3 players. Losing 1 is even more catastrophic. I think they could have taken that a little bit more clean. Props to HH24 for at least getting 1 kill. A slight glimmer of hope for Ghost, but my goodness, they have been ghosts in this lobby, Zute. They have not had a good day. They're barely existent. They're incorporeal.
Yeah, not at all. And actually, the Knights are split. If my mini-map is correct, there's 1 member of the Knights still in Painan. So Coops, yeah, you see that right there. Oh, wait, 19 Esports just lost a player to a Knight. Okay. That person is snaking it out in Painan. Maybe we could get a camera over there just to see what's happening. Yeah, Xenox is here still in Painan. Coops and Alucard pushed like 200 meters away. And Xenox, we've seen him 1v4. Not just any team. We've seen him 1v4 19 Esports before. Let's see if it comes out again. But this time, not so lucky. He did manage to get a knock and thirst onto Acer, though. I think maybe Xenox was hanging back to pick up all the first aids and do a med strat since the Knights were down to so little players.
Yeah, I think that might have been the play, but I was going to say, I casted that 1v4. I remember it fondly, but not being able to take an individual 1v1v1 fight, learning their lesson were 19E, perfect double peek around the corner, utilizing the TPP. It seems they've learned their lesson, and I definitely appreciate that. It's sort of a fool me once, shame on me kind of situation.
Oh, wait. I got it completely backwards. Xenox was on 19 Esports, and he 1v4'd Lazarus, or...
Yes, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
either way.
He was definitely on 19
to lose
Esports.
to his old team, I mean, that's, it still makes me sad. I'm like, I knew 19E was involved in this, but I'm just going to
That would have been even better if he won.
That would have been even better.
Old team.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, the stories
still.
right there. But
The
not
stories.
this time. Not this time.
We can dream, Zute, we can dream. As we're seeing the last player from Boring Protocol, it's Valak dreaming of just making it into this next circle alive. Keep an eye on that as we continue to see the fights break out. Very different than the last game where we had a very, very quiet opening segment. Teams, just due to the nature of Sanhok, forced to take these earlier fights as there's just not as much real estate to contest at this point, especially as the circle continues to hard shift. BTOWN, I said how good of a position they were in at the start of this game, and it just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, the circle would say they're in a good position, but the only thing I gotta say is, how experienced are these teams playing down there that far into the south? Yeah, BTOWN has a center of the circle, but like, do they even know how to play the angles, play the splits, which position to take? I don't think any team really has any good experience down there in the south. So this is going to be a very interesting game to see as Syndicate trying to hold off a 2v4 defense against the Panthers.
Yeah, we could have seen a really nice nade there. A little bit of hesitation coming in from one of the players. I believe it was Brain of Syndicate. As we're seeing, the Panthers not really able to play the edge as much as they think they'd like to because they're already caught in a fight. This is not where they want to be at Circle 3. They want to be sitting out. They want to be taking it easy. They don't want to be burning through their meds, but they've got to, at this point, Zute, they've got to take this fight because they've got to move on up. They've got a ways to go. They're not even on the right side of the river. They still got to cross through Pine. This is not great for them.
Yeah, this cross is very deadly. Syndicate down to 3 members might just decide to go for the 4 kill points rather than trying to rotate down into Southern Circle that they have no information over. The Panthers, they definitely realize this, trying to take their time, trying to find an opening. The Panthers might just have to wrap around on the far eastern side. Looks like they're doing it, but Syndicate, they're waiting for it. They want the kill points.
Yeah, shots have come out, damaging multiple members of the Panthers. Brain getting some redemption potentially with this nade. Not sure how good that one's going to be. As we're seeing, actually pretty solid. Hits 2 players. Here comes the wrap on the outside. Great pre-fire here from Rad. They're dropping like flies, Zute. The Panthers, one after another in a 2v4. That was clean from Syndicate. That is how you use the circle to your advantage. That's how you use the zone. That pressure was sick and so well done. The player in the back, I mean, that was textbook.
3v4 looking easier than maybe a 4v1 almost right there. But Kill Switch not looking like he's having such a good time running over in the open. Gets picked off by UYU. UYU still not yet in the zone. So maybe Kill Switch was not expecting the team to still be there. The Zex is pushing in. Where this is on, this is on the southeastern side of the sound. I mean, this is how often we see zones down here. Almost never. I usually can know exactly where a fight's happening based on what I see on the screen, but I had to take a double look at my mini-map to see where this fight was.
Yeah, we are way down on the southern shore, not a place we get to frequent too often, which I think is going to make for some even more chaotic fights because we're not alone in this. And yep, players getting caught out. That's exactly what that looks like. Great job from Lolo, the last remaining player of Pro Era. Started this game off so hot. They've taken casualties all the way down the map from north to south. This has been a marathon for them. As Mezexis is here, they still have to rotate back up. We've gone off of the coast into Sami, which is going to favor Ogilvy again. They have been having a heck of a day. Joey looked like they were heel stratting way up on the outside here. We'll see if they do make a last-ditch attempt to come through because the rest of Lazarus completely split. So it looks like Joey was going back and is going to med strat. Keep an eye on that as Lolo drops.
I like that idea because Lazarus, I think they took a botation, and botations are always risky. So instead of sending 4 members on the boat, they held one back with all the med kits. But now they have a chance to maybe rotate into the circle. Super far split though, and like you said, Ogilvy getting that zone once again. I saw earlier on the damage leaders, it's actually not Sulo who just picked up a kill in the kill feed that's leading in damage numbers. So amazing to see a new face leading the damage numbers, and it's amazing to see a team like Ogilvy really stepping up here.
I mean, I saw Natsuo pick up a couple of downs earlier on Miramar. Absolute laser, rock solid aim. So I am not surprised at all. Takes smart positions, plants themselves, gets the kills. Good play here from them, and that's what they can do right now on the edge of the circle. Fears did end up rotating from that water. That boatate, like you mentioned, did rotate in towards them, and they've got Syndicate. What is it with Ogilvy and Syndicate? I feel like they run into each other constantly.
It's, I don't know, they're just drawn to each other through some magical force, and I think each time Ogilvy has gotten the better end of the stick. Yeah, Lazarus did rotate really close by to Ogilvy. I'm just wondering if Ogilvy heard that rotation, because Lazarus did take a vehicle, and Joey about to join up with the rest of the team.
Also did note that XSET got their revenge for last game against UYU, able to take them out before rotating into the circle, so keep an eye on that. Down to only 9 teams. The Syndicate are pinned out there, but Lazarus could come in with a potential third party. Got to keep an eye on this. Fully stimmed, they're going to go for the send. Let's keep an eye on if they can make it through the smokes.
That car is missing 1 or 2 wheels right now, and that's as far as they could get it. They get it into zone, and they could use it as cover now, at least. But the problem with that is next circle's coming up, and very unlikely chance that they get the next zone up there on the tippy top of the north.
And not a great position. No one has this wide open area at all. The center of the circle is empty. If the center's up at all, it's going to be very interesting, and it kind of does. Favoring the South, favoring Nova Esports, who, let's be honest, with the day they've had so far, they need this win, Zute.
Yeah, so they won the last Sanhok game without getting any of the zones. Now, the tables have turned. Now they're going to get some circles favored their way, so looking very likely that Nova might have another huge game on Sanhok, the only team in the zone right now. And with this many, we have 9 teams left this late into the game, and you know it's a hard shift when there's only one team in zone on that shift.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just so afraid to... I mean, you have trees, you've got a little bit of cover to play around with, but it is still pretty wide open here. As Telly is going to look to take some shots. Look at this angle they've got for themselves right now. Going to wait for all the players to come out so you can get a breed on all of them. Glaz going to look to set... They know Lazarus here. They're actually going to send it into them, I think. Wait, hang on, Zute. They're bypassing them completely. I think this is a mistake here from Ogilvy.
I don't think Ogilvy is aware that Lazarus is here. Yeah, they didn't know Lazarus is here. They were playing quiet the whole time, and Fears picking up 1, picking up 2. The last player from Ogilvy, Vayne, trying to send it in somewhere.
No.
The shots ring out true. Lazarus up to 6 kills, and Fears goes down, and Fears has 5 kills by himself right now.
Absolutely huge play from Lazarus. 19E on the outside. May look to shut this one down. Their third parties have been fantastic all day long. And yeah, I mean, they must have played it. We thought, judging by the way they were looking at the minimap, we thought that they were aware that Lazarus, you know, had that little position that they'd snuck on in, but Lazarus doing a fantastic job of keeping themselves concealed, really playing this like a battle royale. That survival element really kicking up a notch as you see the circle shift back north, favoring 19 Esports. Nova have got to go in, and somehow XSET have survived. I feel like I'm looking at the OG NA teams right here. 19, Lazarus, XSET. Nova, come on. This is pretty good.
Yeah, this is a great game right now for all of these top teams. I think Polo has been popping off right now for XSET. Yeah, XSET has 9 kills. Polo by himself has 5, and he's got that card to rotate in. Nova with 2 kills, they've been getting all the circles. Now that it's coming down to the final circles, this is the chance for them to really shine and pick up these kill points and potentially the win. The only 4-man team left alive right now in the lobby.
Huge. You're probably thinking to yourself, but Paul, I only count 4 teams. That's because Mezexis Starlight has been heal stratting for the last like 3 minutes, way out there. Now potentially make the win. They've survived, outlived 4 other teams. So huge plays from Starlight to continue to rack up those placement points. As Telly is trying to crawl their way in, takes the nade damage. Leon is well aware of what's going on. Rin, though, with the third party, who will get the kill point in the end? Oh, Rin says, give it to me. All Nova Esports, they desperately need these kills, and they're going to continue. Actually, wait, it's XSET, and Polo, another down to his name.
Polo coming in huge from secure that kill, though. Player is knocked. 19 Esports down to 1. I mean, this is looking... Oh, yep. Stolen by Nova. Nova with 4 players versus, I think, 4v2v1. Carnage, last one up for 19 Esports. And Carnage got the zone. Carnage could just chill there. And if he times a really good third-party timing when XSET and Nova start fighting, Carnage might be able to pull up something huge. But Joey... he's got 1 first AK left. Joey might come in the blue and shoot Carnage in the side. Oh my gosh, what is going to happen?
That basically guarantees the game for Nova at this point. Let's see what happens. Joey comes in. Actually, just find Nova instead. Ooh, all right. Wait, did Jay steal that away? Oh, Jay! Just gotta be mean at the end with all of this. Just sending it. No regard for their own life. Here comes Carnage, though, on the outside. Pristine shots. Taking down a member of Nova. Jay dodging, weaving, finding that serpentine. 2 members of Nova are down in all of this. No wonder he is charging with such reckless abandon. He's ignoring Nova. It's all about taking down Carnage at this point, but maybe should be respecting on the other side. Somehow, Zute, Nova have thrown this away. I cannot believe it. Jay is going absolutely clutch. XSET are somehow still in this. Able to get off 1 revive onto Rin. The molly goes short. Polo is continuing the pressure. I cannot believe it. XSET doing what they could not do in the last one. They're going for the chicken dinner. All 3 members of Nova are up, but they are injured beyond belief. 1 big nade here, Zute, and that's all they need.
Correction, 2 big nades. I mean, that last one was a nail in the coffin. XSET, Polo with 7 kills. Jay with 6. we were saying last game was their game, but man, XSET really took this Sanhok game to heart and clutched that one out. And Nova Esports, I think Joey came up and shot 2 of Nova in the back from the blue. And then we saw Carnage lay down prone with that, sniper snake shot through the bushes and got the 3rd Nova player. It was Nova's game, but with the way that played out, all the cards are stacked against them, and XSET, they came out huge. So let's take a look at the overall standings to really see where all the teams shaped up and to see how they all performed.
Every third party that could have, every solo or duo that could have hit each other, every single one, like a magnet to Nova Esports, who still were able to pull out 17 total points. Nicely done, but XSET with 14 kills. They have had 2 absolutely massive games. As we take a look down, a little bit more even distribution on the points, Zute. This is a little bit better for these squads, I think. I'm scared to look at the second page, though.
Yeah, XSET, day 1, nowhere to be seen. Show up 2 games in a row. 19 Esports, day 1. Kind of nowhere to be seen also. Show up 3 games out of the 4 so far. And Nova, of course, Sanhok, that's their map. But let's take a look at the second page to see who still hasn't showed up in this Sanhok game. And the big one that stands out, right, is Ghost. Oh, man, Ghost Gaming. They showed up on the very last game on day number 1, but today has not really been their day. But let's see who had the MVP, though. This was definitely their game for today as we head into the MVP rankings.
I had an idea in my head. I was like, Jay? Yeah, it's Jay. It's definitely Jay. Jay did so much there. Jay and Polo together at the end put up, 13 kills and over 1,600 damage, or just about 1,600 damage between the 2 of them. Yikes! But props to Fears as well. Fears did an absolutely fantastic job on this one. That play to keep Lazarus, that almost could have been Lazarus out, one of the first teams in the lobby.
Yeah.
Because of Fear's positioning, being able to, the wherewithal to keep it together, to prioritize targets, good comms with the team, relaying the rotates as well. Good stuff here. So, Zute, look, these players have been putting up quite a show. And if you want to, maybe show your support, and hey, maybe show off a little bit in-game, there's a crate that you can get your hands on as well. I know you can speak to this. You PUBG Mobile players, you love your skins. Skins are important, so definitely be sure to check out that crate here and in games, because Zute, that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's the PMPL 2021 Fall Special crate. We talked about it already, but swag is so important. You gotta look nice, right? So go into the PUBG Mobile store and get the same outfits as the same outfits as some of the pro players. Sorry, my mind wandered off to the
You're still
outfits.
thinking about that finish.
Yeah, and the finish. So I was just thinking, if I had that finish and the swag outfits of the pro players, like how nice would that be, right? But
it's the cherry on top, Zute. It's the cherry on top.
100%. But what's even nicer is if we get to see Ghost Gaming, come back once again, game number 5. That's where they showed up last time. Let's see if they show up this time as we head into break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The
OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL NA Season number 2. We're in Super Week. That was game number 4 of Day 2. It's your boy Degon here. None of this would be possible without the support of OnePlus. Get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro with flagship performance, 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the ladder at PUBG. All right, there it is, y'all. Mrs. Glitter. There was something in that last map that you wanted to pull up, and I think it was total damage, because a lot of it went around by a lot of different teams.
Yeah, honestly, it was Sanhok, so of course we have a lot to talk about. But specifically, XSET feels like they're on a little bit of a comeback. 19E, even though they didn't win, still are kind of maintaining. And honestly, I thought Nova had it up until the end. When they kind of threw, I think they weren't necessarily aware where a lot of those solos were with 19E, Lazarus, so they didn't have all their angles covered, and it kind of came back to bite them in the end. But we see UIU still getting a decent amount of damage out here, 7. We see BTOWN, Syndicate. If you take XSET out of this equation, it was a surprisingly even keel damage-wise Sanhok.
Yeah, and I think it had a lot to do with just that final circle that we got, along the lines of what Sute was saying and Vera was saying. We're just not used to seeing those kind of circles. As crazy as Sanhok can be, that was maybe the first time I've ever personally seen that circle. But on prop side, UYU, for them to be able to put out this kind of damage again, I'm loving that. And also with Syndicate, I feel like Syndicate is kind of maintaining themselves here within at least the top 8 in regards to damage, which is really good for them if they want to be able to challenge for that #1 spot towards the end.
Yeah, and I love seeing from this damaged hertz, again, consistency from BTOWN, consistency from Syndicate. The only one that you're kind of missing in that top echelon of surprises is Ogilvy, who did struggle in this map yesterday as well. But Pro Era, UYU, they're following up these performances from the back of the pack to find their way in. Team that we haven't seen in a little while is like Knights. Where's Knights? And we saw Ghost like drop a player early as well. So, you know, these teams that are finding space because the major teams are not performing as well are still being consistent. That's the big thing that I've been wanting to look for. Now, 7, we need to continue to highlight this tear that XSET is on, because this is a squad, again, you call it out every time. This is a team that can be in that upper echelon, in that cusp of the conversation of Knights and Ghost.
I mean, I think we teared them up at the beginning of the show for them not performing as well as we expect them to during day 1. And now during day 2, I mean, we're actually starting to see some new superstars. It's not just Killswitch, even though I'm a big fan of him. Now we're starting to see Polo, and he's back, and he's able to put up great performances, as we're able to see right there. 636 damage. That leaps of what he was able to do yesterday overall. 3.5 kills. That's what you love to see. And as I was saying, I'm gonna go down the list real quick. J7 being able to put up great numbers. Killswitch being able to put up great numbers. And now another star here that we're kind of seeing today is Jay. Jay's being able to back up Polo as well in regards to damage. 494 average kills. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we expected out of this teams. I didn't just expect Killswitch to be leading this team in regards to kills. I didn't really expect Polo to be doing this. And now for them to have 3 main fraggers, this is great. And something to kind of circle back to what J7 told me at the beginning of the day is they are making sure in a way that they at least have 4 players towards the end. I know in the last one they only had 2, but going back before that to the Erangel, they did make sure that they had more than just at least 2 players, and it's working out great for them so far.
Yeah, I love to hear that. When something's not working, right, where they've been playing highly aggressive throughout the qualifying stage and then try to continue with that in Super Weekday number 1 yesterday, you got to change something up. And if they're just going to play numbers for the end of the circle and then let their guns go, that's a nice adjustment. And we're starting to see the benefits here from XSET. All right, so that is our breakdown of that last map. Let's look forward to our next map as we head into the final map of the day, back to Erangel for the 3rd time. And y'all, I kind of just wanted to get your thoughts on what we've seen so far and the underperformer of the day. Glitter, let's start with you. Who do you want to see step up in Erangel that hasn't so far?
Ooh. Okay, so we've seen, well, that's kind of hard. I feel like the theme of the past 2 days is that we get a couple consistent moments, and then we always have somebody that steps up out of nowhere, and we're all like, how did that happen? You've had rough games before that. And so it's always hard to kind of call somebody out. I think maybe somebody that did well yesterday that we haven't seen a whole lot from today, though, for me is Boring Protocol. So if they could get some points on the board here in this last match, I think that would be pretty big for them.
Yep. 7?
I think for me, it's going to have to be Knights. Something that we really haven't mentioned as much today that we probably should have. It's Knights been playing the whole day with just 3 players. They're missing out Chico, and Chico was one of those players that was actually backing up Coops in regards to kills, in regards to damage output. And so far, we're just not being able to see that. They're currently a man down. I'm not sure if this is going to continue until tomorrow. I'm really not sure what's going on there, but I'm hoping they at least put up a great performance. I don't expect them to win. If they do, it would be a huge plus here on the last Erangel, but I at least expect them to get some points because I know this team wanted to dominate. They're currently not able to because they have those 3 players, but I at least want a good showing here at the end from them.
Yeah, I like those 2 call-outs. Those are some of the underperformers that should get a better result here in game number 5. Who you got winning, as we've got 1 more minute to fill before we kick on over to the casters? Glitter, who you got?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a repeat of yesterday. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I don't know that Ghost is going to pull out a win here in our final match of the day. I wouldn't be mad though, and I know I called them out previously, but I'm still also looking to get a chicken dinner on the board for Panthers.
Ooh.
So I'm still looking at Panthers.
All right, 7, how about you?
Ogilvy. I want to see more of Ogilvy.
Yeah.
I'm kind of loving this team. He came out of nowhere. I got a chance to talk to Glass. He told me that most of their comms are in Vietnamese and he has to get stuff translated. So I'm rooting for this team and I'm hoping they have a great win here in the last match. How about you, Digon? Just throw me a quick name.
Let's solidify. 19 Esports was the first team to get 2 chicken dinners. Let's make them the first team to get 3 chicken dinners. Acer, the Filipino Flash, let's make sure he gets a nice little game here to close out the day. Those are our predictions for the final map of the day. Let's send it on over to the casters to get on into the action. Paul, Zoo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Digon. Oh, all right, some spicy picks from our commentators. Actually, not even that, or from our analysts, I should say, not even that spicy per se. What about you, Zute? If I had to put you on the spot, which is what I'm doing, who would you lean towards in this final game?
Well, if Digon's gonna go for 19 Esports because of the Filipino Flash, I gotta go with my Chinese brethren then. They should have had that last game, so maybe they'll get this one. They were looking good.
Which team has the most Canadians?
Oh.
There's only 2 Canadians in the whole thing, I think.
Chifon's Canadian, so go with Nova.
Okay. We're both going to go with Nova, which means they're going to get absolutely no points. You thought Max Man cursed people? No. Zute and me, we're going to do it big time. Let's get into it. Our 5th and final game of the day. More than halfway through our super weekend. Still $1,000 for this chicken dinner up for grabs. Let's see what these teams can do as we get into it on Erangel. This day has just flown by. Oh my goodness. Speaking of flying, we got to head into that plane fairly soon here as we head on over to this map on Erangel. See what the plane has in store for us and this final set of circles, because I mean, I would love a military finish. I haven't seen one, I feel like, in a hot minute, and that would be nice. I'd go for that.
We saw one the other day, and it was just absolute chaos, right? So I'm down for another one. And speaking about military finish, we have a military plane pad. This plane really, really far down on the south, and I said the incorrect thing about my prediction last year ago, where I said Ogilvy and 19 Esports might fight. That playing path was actually really good for both of them. This one, however, definitely not so good. 19 Esports, they loot that George Pool Hospital area. Ogilvy lands and loots the Gatka area. So we might see them clash again potentially, but if I'm seeing this correctly, 19 Esports has already jumped off the plane very early. You see them stretching over Primorsk to find vehicles to head up to George Pool. So Ogilvy and 19 Esports will not be clashing early. And I think that's what's made a huge difference today. Yesterday, like almost all the Erangel games, 19 Esports lost 2 players right off the bat to Ogilvy due to the plane path, due to their collision course based on their respective drop spots for looting. Today, they're not having any of that. In 19 Esports, they have been shooting up in terms of points.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this trend continues because we see Erangel a lot. I mean, a lot. Not just here in the Super Weekends, through a league play as well. Keeping an eye on that. And hey, hopes and dreams. This is basically like the same circle as the last one. This is very similar. This might almost be the same circle, almost exactly. I would say a few pixels here and there, but we're basically looking at the exact same situation that we saw last time around. We'll see how that trend continues because, again, we talked about a couple teams that we thought are potentially going to be favored in this. The big difference in that last game, Zute, is the team we both picked to do well, Nova, lost 2 players early. That cannot happen again. They have to go big here.
If they could keep all 4 players up this time, this might be a very different Erangel game for them. And I almost want to bust out my ruler to measure the pixels, to see how different the circle is, because you're absolutely right. This is looking very, very similar. But something that doesn't look too similar is 19 Esports. Acer hiding in a shack. Does Boring Protocol know? We will find out in the next few seconds, depending on where this US goes. But with the way Fame Boys is driving and looking over to the other side, Acer should be safe. What a cute backpack that is right there.
Just great contrast with the trench coat. Yes, Boring Protocol will be able to make it out. Valk to take a little bit of damage, but not a huge deal here. Let's take a look towards the mini-map, just trying to see where these players are going to get themselves in. Going to be able to set up, no problem here, and loot. All right. They did what they needed to do. They got to a small semblance of safety. 19E, to note, didn't bother with the rotate up into South George. They actually stayed on the West Coast. They're going for a bit of a scrappier loot, so we'll see how that impacts them here. I think that's actually something, I believe they did actually end up rotating up towards George. Multiple teams did in that last game we saw because of the nature of the playing path. They're not going to have that similar rotation this time. Instead, teams coming in along the southern shore, where they were already grouping up last time, it's going to be even busier because that's where the teams are starting.
Yeah, something that's very different is the Knights. We've always seen them up in Yasnaya. Maybe they're driving there right now. No, they actually dropped and looted already, and this is their rotation into the first zone. We are 3 minutes, basically 4 minutes in when we see here right now the Knights, this player, Chico, has level 2 armor, has, a first aid, and most importantly, we see him.
Has arrived?
Yes.
Has arrived. Hello, Chico. Seven was calling for you.
That just kind of clicked in my head as I was talking about Chico. I'm like, wait a second.
Wait a second.
He's here. So, the Knights, we haven't heard much from them today, but that's to be expected when you're running as a 3-man. So maybe in this very last game, now that Chico is back, now that he is playing, we might see a big game out of the Knights.
And Chico has been so critical, not just for individual fragging power, but the way Chico has been enabling Xenox and Coops. Those two, incredible star players, we constantly talk about them. Chico has done a fantastic job of setting them up to continue to have success. Well, obviously, padding their own stats in the process. But the biggest difference, of course, is just having 4 players. It's so critical. I mean, they're one of the strongest teams of the 16 here, and they have been a blip today because they only have 3 players. When we talk about how important it is to get all 4 players alive to the late game, this is what we're talking about. You want a case study? You want an A/B test? This is exactly it. When a team, one of the best, doesn't have all 4, they're basically a non-factor in these games.
100% gotta agree. And if you've had a chance, like for the viewers, you know, these players post Twitter clips, you know, here and there. They post it on their Instagram. Talking about Chico, the team dynamic, the synergy, it goes pretty deep with Chico because I've heard some comms and Chico is always the clown on the team. Like Xenox and Coops, like they're pretty silly themselves, but if you listen to the team comms, Chico really kind of brings the team together. They're always like laughing and Chico's always the one cracking jokes. And honestly, to have that kind of environment takes a lot of stress out of the way when you're playing competitive at a high level. So it's not only Chico's, you know, added synergy to the team in game, it's what he brings like from a almost like a teammate emotional standpoint. So Chico, shout outs to you, man. Glad to finally have you back. And maybe the team might forgive you for missing the other games, but yeah, we'll see. If you get a chicken dinner, if they get a chicken dinner, maybe they'll forgive Chico.
I mean, we'll see. That's what they're looking for here. I mean, could you imagine not playing together as a 4, not warmed up at all, jumps in and gets a chicken? I mean, that would, I think, speak volumes to what Knights is capable of. As Polo is just, you know, sending some shots downrange, seeing what happens, cooking with dynamite. But I want to touch back to that point, Zute, because I think it's really important. The idea of morale.
Yes.
Again, we talk about this is not a one-day tournament. It's not a 2-day tournament. You're playing for weeks. And you spend a lot of time with your teammates. I mean, sure, in some cases, in most cases, it's virtual, but still, you have to be able to get along with these people. You have to be able to sit back and joke. And when things don't necessarily go according to plan, you have to be able to shake it off. You can't let yourself tilt. Because if you tilt, especially like now, early on in the process, it feels like we've been going for a while, but this is still only day number 4. If you tilt at this point, it could be catastrophic for your success long-term as a team. So having somebody like that, somebody who can joke, who can bring the morale of the team up, I mean, forget what they contribute in game even, and it's substantial. But just having somebody like that who can also compete and play is so valuable. I can't understate it.
100%. And I'm not going to talk too much about, you know, teammates and whatnot, but I've been there, and when you got a teammate that's, you know, might be a little bit harder to deal with than the rest, it definitely puts a lot of stress on the team. Though, let's see which teams are going to be stressing out in this last and final match, because traditionally on the last game of the day, we've always seen teams fight very early. They're kind of finished being stressed out, and we just see a lot of early game fights, right? That's what we've seen. Day 1, day 2, day 3. Maybe it's going to happen the same right here. The Erangel game before this, we didn't see any teams really fight until maybe Circle 3. Maybe now we'll get some teams fighting in the very first 1 or 2 circles.
I like what we're seeing there from the Illuminati. Nice little bit of scouting. And that will potentially increase the chance that we do get that fight that you're looking for. Teams have basically made nearly identical rotations. The biggest difference, though, might be the Panthers and Syndicate down on Military Island. Syndicate actually ended up crossing the bridge to join them down there. They might get into a bit of a scrap on the very edge of this circle that you can see. Boring protocol out there. 19 did end up rotating up to George to continue to loot. Clearly not enough there on that west coast, as we're going to see where the circle is going to next. Come on, Military. You can do it. Okay, never mind.
All right, I'm bringing out that ruler again.
We're basically back. This is almost the same circle. I'm getting a pretty profound sense of deja vu at this point, Zute. This is bizarre.
This is really bizarre. The only way I could tell I'm not looped back in time and I've traveled back in time is the fact that we're seeing a fight between the Panthers and Syndicate out on Military Island right now. So good thing to know, you know, I'm having a little bit of an inception moment, and I don't need a spinning dreidel to tell me that this is real life. We're getting the same 2 circles.
Check you're not, yes, how to check you're not in a time loop. Is this wacky fight out here on the outside? This is just not good for either team. Brain's going to be able to pick up the first kill, or the second kill. Salty's going to get run over? All right. Things are happening, Zute, and I'm just kind of confused and sad.
The Panthers literally looking like Panthers. We saw all 3 of them drive up towards that direction. Next thing you know, somebody gets run over and they're finished. But now the Panthers sharpening and showing their claws being their guns, taking down another player of the Syndicate. Syndicate only with 1 up, and that is the side of Brain, and they are firing shots downrange and not letting up.
So interesting. Trying to body block the player from the Panthers to get behind covers that Brain can confirm the 1 down. That's a little bit of salty play there from Rad, who's just going to scout, but Legal with that off angle. The Panthers going to get the best of this. I'm not surprised. If this is their territory, this is where they drop. This is the area they know. These are the rotations that they make, but hang on.
Wait a
I don't want to speak too soon because Brain, with the big Brain plays and nades, could be doing quite a bit of damage there on the outside. Needs to win this 1v1 with Moso, though, who we've seen before has got a pretty darn good shot.
They really just threw that grenade from all the way up there, all the way downhill. That is a touchdown throw, but Brain's going to need a little bit more than just that one touchdown throw. He's in a 1v1 with Moso, and Legal is definitely slowly getting an off angle. We see it here, Legal with the off angle. Taking a little warning shot and then backing off. Curious, but maybe he just wants to give the kill point to his teammates because, yep, they get the job done eventually.
Okay. Glass down themselves with a grenade as well. Things are happening. That was a little odd. Took 2 shots and said, you know, no, we've got him, move on. I'm guessing the play was you need to start moving, but he's still with the rest of the team, so I'm barricading. Maybe he needs to go back and get a vehicle. I don't know. As Ogilvy is getting into a fight here, XSET able to pick up that kill. Again, Glass did end up nading themselves to start this one off. Maybe tried to either get a kill on the team that was approaching them or tried to sack themselves so that they couldn't give up the point. I'm not 100% sure because Ogilvy's in just a horrible position. What has gone wrong for them this game as the hit list is moving in?
Oh, his gun was on single fire.
Pat, I've definitely never done that.
His gun was on single fire. I mean, if it makes him feel any better, even if it wasn't on single, he probably loses that. But that's not a good way to go out in the very last game of the day, especially when you're in first place at 101 points. They might just lose that. We just saw XSET pick up 3 kills, right? 19 Esports, they still have 4 up. They're playing on fire, and this zone, this circle shift is definitely about to get very, I'm going to say it, it's going to get very litty because I just made that reference to on fire. I'm sorry. I had to say it in Vero.
Oh, you're such a zoomer. It's okay. No, this one is, so this one on paper, you look at it, you think, wow, there's so many teams in the circle. Why is it such a big deal? Because it's 50% water. We have just shrunk the circle unnaturally at this point in the game. It should not have this little land, this little room to fight. Again, my bag of Skittles reference, it's looking like a big old bag of Skittles. The minimap right now is absolutely bonkers as Pro Era Knights looking to rotate in. Chico, that's not how you want to start this off. And if Pro Era decide to push this, they could be in a bit of a rough spot. Coop's trying to lay down some covering fire, make them look like a porcupine, more of a threat than they really are, so they can get Chico back up. And I talked about him not being warmed up, Sute, and yeah.
No. I think you're misreading the situation, right? I told you, Chico brings the laughs to the team.
Value.
It runs deeper than just his personality. It runs so deep, it runs into the gameplay itself. Chico with a very tactical self-knock there to lay the stress off the team, right? The team saw that circle shift. They're panicking. Chico hears their voices. They're stressed. Chico's like, I'm going to take one for the team. Give them a laugh. Knock myself. And now, watch. The Knights are going to win this fight because they are less stressed now.
And Fishy got third partied. UIU got involved. So this is their time to go. Look, Zute, I'm all about commit to the bit. And if Chico is going to commit to the bit, I am here for him.
What?
Oh, that wall. Pan just around the corner, it looks like, is... I mean, Pro Air is in a horrible position. Knights looking to be in a prime spot to get this one done and dusted. There's the nade, open things up. One player is down. Fishy was able to get revived. Lolo on the outside taking a lot of damage. Pan trying to get the revive off. Coops runs through, doesn't quite see him. He's going to get dropped in response. Can run around the outside. He is Alucard. Continue to trade things off, but here comes Chico to the rescue, and you called it, Zute. The tactical knock into the 1, 2, 3, 4 dominoes, and Knights started it off on their own side for good measure.
If I was to do a deep dive on that fight and how Knights won that fight, it starts off with Chico getting himself knocked. No cap.
100%.
But the rest of the circle, like you said, it's 50% water in this bag of Skittles. It looks like the bag of Skittles has settled down to a certain degree. It looks like everyone's kind of set up in their irrespective locations before the next circle shift comes out. And this is almost like we skipped a circle phase with how little land is left. But we're about to go into another circle shift, Military Island. Maybe we get a bridge finish. Close enough. It's a lot of the bridge is in, and the Panthers, they decided to stay on the other side. They are coming in from the military base side.
I mean, at that point, you have to on the 4% chance that somehow you get it rotating on your side as the only team there. They had to. It would have been a field day for them bridge camping, water camping, all the camping at that point. And, you know, they're going to have to try and make a crossing now. How they decide to do that, we'll see. But for BTOWN, they are in an interesting position. It's strong in theory, but they're very split. And if they get crashed by multiple teams simultaneously, which is very likely here, Zute, it could be pretty disastrous for them. This farm compound, oh no, it's getting spicy.
Yeah, I think BTOWN, that split works out perfectly fine because it's such a hard shift down to the south. They create a huge buffer zone in the north simply by having other teams all kind of rotate in together, and no team can really cleanly push them. There is a small chance though, but I don't think it's likely to happen. And Ghost Gaming making a classic Ghost Gaming YOLO rotation down into the center of the zone. I don't know if it's going to work out this time. Tensa goes down to the likes of Nova, Shifan, the rest of Ghost Gaming trying to barrel their way in right now. And I think they crashed right next to Nova Esports.
Well, things are continuing to stay exciting as we're seeing that send not quite working out as well as I think they'd hope. The teams who were able to find one of these buildings early doing quite well for themselves. XSET continuing to be in a great spot here as Ghost is showing it's not ideal. Bayo was able to make it to the coast, so we'll try and hide around the water. Illuminati is also there. BTOWN could be a factor in all this. HH24 has dropped. Bayo is fully in the water, going for that Navy SEAL play. We've seen it before. Check back in with them as Lazarus getting into it with BTOWN as well. The hit list, I just am naming every team, Zute, because there are so many squads around. Bayo did make a little bit of noise, though. We'll see if Grave ended up hearing that. I think they might have.
Yeah, Bayo's still alive, but I think Grave and the rest of BTOWN are inside the gas station. So Bayo's actually just isolated off by himself, and he's completely safe there. UIU and XSET, the rematch, the showdown. Once again, these two teams clashing on Erangel.
I mean, I feel like these two teams have been fighting. They fought each other on Sanhok as well. It was UIU, then it was XSET. We'll see of the third time which one will get it done. Best 2 out of 3, lads. Let's make it happen as XSET is in a particularly good position. They've got 4 players here. That might make all the difference. One big nade. What do you see, Zute?
Nemesis walked down the stairs onto the floor of XSET. I'm watching the bottom left. Nemesis, by the way, was the one that clutched that fight with XSET last time around. So maybe he'll come up huge again. And he kind of has to because UIU, they're down a member while XSET has 4 players up.
They're damaging themselves with grenades, though, which isn't feeling too great. As again, they're looking for that big opening knock. I don't want to leave this fight. Somebody is going to win. Somebody is going to lose. The team is going to go out right here, and we need to see who wins this best out of 3. UIU, though, they're just hoping that XSET overextends. That's the big thing here. XSET forced them out with a molly, then the grenade goes up, but a counter molly to stop them pushing up the stairs. That was absolutely massive, Zute. That was a huge play coming in from UIU.
Yeah, the micro plays with the utility. Every Molotov, every grenade is coming into factor here. But a thing that's even a bigger factor is the circle shift. It shifts off both of these teams, and it goes down to the southeast towards the bridge that the Panther is still in zone of.
They were able to cross. BTOWN ended up getting taken out through all of it. They did get crashed upon, but now both of these teams have got to go. They've got to make the play. They've got to pull the trigger. They have to make the call. Will it be Jay? Here they go, off the nade. All 4 players in, running, gunning, no hesitation. That's exactly what we needed to see. As Killswitch going to look to find one. The other player having a bit of a connection problem there. Bit of an issue, but they're going to try and make it on through. Nemesis able to trade one back. Another one falls. Killswitch, bit of an awkward situation. As Trey is trying to find that counter kill, J7 gets shot from behind. Hang on a second, UIU are somehow surviving through this. Nemesis with a scrap of HP, it all comes down to Jay, the last player standing. Can Trey find the shots? In and around the corner, and XSET's done. I can't believe it.
I think Xenox from somewhere, I just caught in the kill feed. Xenox kill switch. So from downrange, that one straight bullet connects on that XSET player, and UIU comes out on top. But the chaos has yet to stop. The chaos is only going to get crazier with this circle shift as all the teams are scrambling to try and control the shoreline sides.
And the Illuminati is not going to be among them. They got there early, but they were taken out. Only a few players left, which gives more space for BTOWN to try and survive as it all comes down to the coast, playing around the bridge. The Panthers, slow and steady on the edge, now have a pretty fantastic position to be able to overlook all of this as teams are just trying to make their way in, but not to be had. It is a meat grinder here on the coast. The second you put one toe out of line, it's going to get chopped off or blown up. In this case, Carnage, I see what you're doing. And look at the send here from the Knights to clean up all of the downs. These aren't even their downs.
No, I mean, Coops drove in and just kind of poops himself away, as, you know, Hot Jukes might say, but the Knights now down to just 2. Carnage trying to spoil, but Xenox showing up right there, and then the play zone or a stray bullet might have caught him there. That is 19 Esports out. That is the Knights out. Boring Protocol down to 1, and Ghost Beowulf still chilling right now. So Ghost, they might be able to pull off some kind of wild finish, and who else other than Beowulf to kind of step up once again, just like yesterday on Erangel, to come in big for Ghost Gaming. But what's even bigger is that zone shift. It is far away from Beowulf.
I mean, the Panthers really the only ones who have any claim to this. Mezexis, a couple players there on the coast. The Hitlist trying to create some sort of presence here, but Nova have so far to go. I mean, the Hitlist, they were able to create this barricade of vehicles. Nicely done. Nemesis will end up going down, but Z-Fan poking his head out a little bit too far, not in the cover of the smokes. Rin might be able to get the revive here, but they don't have a whole lot of time to work with. BTOWN in that gas station. Normally not the best place to try and hold, but when it's the only piece of hard cover in the circle, I think they'll take it. But Zute, they will still have to make that crossing. I do not envy.
Nova right now in a very tough spot. They need some more smokes down. They might be running low. They did get that revive, luckily for them, and even better for them, the Panthers are taking the fight over to Mezexis, but oh, never mind. It's actually the Hitlist gatekeeping out Nova, so this is an isolated fight. I love the aggression out of the Panthers. They could have shared this area, but they're trying to take it more into their control. It's not working out, though, as Frady goes down, and Legal is also knocked. I think Beowulf,
is huge.
Navy SEAL, is flanking the Panthers from behind and took down Legal.
That's, I think, exactly what happened there. And Legal was the linchpin. They were the anchor player. They were the one playing all the way back, which means that Moso is going to have to try and go even more clutch here, as Frady is going to be able to relay information through. But at any moment, Bayo could potentially arise here out of the water. You can see 19 Esports surviving there with Frady going down. This is not ideal. Mezexis with this little bit of cover, playing it to perfection. They've also been a little bit quiet today, but this is their chance to get loud as Nova is continuing their advance. I said I did not envy it. That is still true, but if you're the Hitlist, you're feeling it even less.
Nova actually figuring out a way to fight into this zone. They took down one, they knocked another. It's a 3v1 situation for them on this side of the road. BTOWN, though, coming very close over the top, trying to third party this. Ren trying to keep that team away while exposing his back. Nova, they're not out of the thick of it just yet.
Oh no, and a canceled revive there could be a bit of a disaster as 19E is going to go down. Great play from Bayo to rotate all the way on the outside. I think he's done so silently. I don't think anybody knows that he's out there. So that crazy send from Ghost Gaming, still a factor, as BTOWN are going to make one of their own. And it is short-lived. Grave put into his own. This Peaceful is forced to try and get the first aid off with the blue coming in. Can they get it done in time? Peaceful, will this be BTOWN out? No, he's able to get it off. Zute, this is huge.
We still have 6 teams left alive, and all I've been hearing the past 3 minutes is gunshots everywhere. With such a crazy circle, you'd think there'd be less teams alive, but we still have 6, about to be 5, as Nova's making the push across the road into the open towards Peaceful. Peaceful has that cover advantage. Peaceful should be able to see some of the Nova players if he just peeks right around the corner.
Oh, he definitely sees them.
Oh!
And he took too long. And he took too long. There was a moment to go for the kill, and that was right there. and they're paying for it now. Nova Esports still continuing to try and make their way through, but Mezexis, with their power on the coast, are holding on. BTOWN able to make their way in as well, could potentially backstab the Panthers, who are doing a fantastic job of continuing to rack up points here. 11 for them. Absolutely massive game from the Panthers. They're down to 2, but they've been playing such a stellar duo. Zute, this has been massive.
Yeah, the Panthers came from Military Island. They took a fight with Syndicate in the very early stages of the game, and now we're somehow ended up here on the shoreline side, right next to the bridge. 2v2 situation for the Panthers and Mezexis, while Ghost Gaming and the Hitlist, they're just playing quiet. They're waiting for the fight to break out and finish first, but the Hitlist gets caught, and that is another team eliminated.
Oh, they survived for so long, too. And then there were 3. A 2v2v1. One of the first times we're going to have a team with all 4 players up. And BTOWN, you said if there was any player who could potentially pull this off, it was BTOWN. And we're seeing it now. Going to wait till the absolute last second to get out on land and potentially give away a sound cue here. The Panthers seeing the foot underneath. That's huge. That's the opening knock. That's exactly what they needed. Mezexis, 24K. The slightest mistake will be punished at this level of play. And just like this, the Panthers in a fantastic position, but they push forward, which is giving BTOWN an opening. He's sending it too. He hears the shots. He knows what's going on. And with that big nade, it's a 2v1.
BTOWN. He's got to line up his shots perfectly. He's got to see both in his scope first, but take some shots. The Panther zigzagging left and right, really putting on those moves as a Panther. BTOWN missing his shots right now, choking the first spray, getting the second one in, but BTOWN gets tagged up. BTOWN, level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, going into the CQC fight. 2v1, gets the 1. Oh, Beowulf, I feel like he had it. There was a chance. The Panthers, no players were looking his way. He could have taken a second breather before he let out his first shots. Get that first knock. That second player was wide in the open, but Ghost Gaming coming in second place in that match, given the situation they were under, that is still a really good game for them, but an even better game for the Panther as they took the chicken dinner and a lot of kill points.
15? I'm guessing 15. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the stats from that game number 5. BTOWN, come on. He could have done it. The Panthers, though, survived through hell and high water. Zute, that was impressive. Let's take a look at these stats.
Yeah, Panthers with 30 points of 15 kill points, a chicken's dinner worth of points. And Mezexis stepping up, showing up again, finally kind of rising out of the ashes for today. 17 total points. Ghost Gaming, I mean, I called it. They were going to show up on the last game. Maybe not in the way we expected, but Beowulf, he managed to find a way. He got 12 points, basically, for the team. Now let's go into the second page. Let's take a look at the second half. We have UIU, Boring Protocol, XSET. They were looking good on the Erangel game before, but this one did not work out in their favor. And Ogilvy with a very, very rough ending for the day.
Yeah, I mean, they came into this game in first place. Not going to be on this next MVP screen that we do see right here. They, bit of the whimper on the exit. Not what they wanted. They will not be in first place after the end of all of this. But, oh, yeah. 1,300 damage. I think that... Is that the highest damage we've seen yet of any game?
Maybe. I think so. 1,300? That is... I think that's the highest. 7 kills? That's a lot of kills, too.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen 7, 8 kills, potentially, but 1,300 damage? Oh, my goodness. And with Mosa doing 900 as well. I mean, that 900 number would have me kind of shocked, but to get 400 more? Oh my goodness, the Panthers, they must have put up, they must have had a 3K game. I'm going to call it now. They must have done at least 3K damage in this. Well, hopefully our analyst would take a look at that or something, because I'd be very surprised if that was not the case. Crazy final game from them. They played the edge. They played it smart. They took the fights. They knew they can win. They got scrappy. And in the end, they survived with that chicken dinner. Zute, it's been a heck of a day for the two of us, but I think it's time to get things wrapped up, take a short break, send it back to our analysts to put a pin on this day here for the PMPL North America.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
OnePlus,
The OnePlus 9 Pro,
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
the best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
the Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back for the post game from day number 2 of Super Week for PMPL North America. Digon 7 Glitter here to break everything down for you. And if you guys have been watching along, we got a little gift for you, a key giveaway to get yourself the in-game t-shirt and in-game parachute with the OnePlus 9 logo on the back. Make sure to redeem that one for yourself and your character while letting everyone know who you think is the best phone provider, and of course that's the OnePlus. So make sure to get that key and get yourself some in-game swag. All right, y'all, let's take a look at the overall standings after 2 days of Super Week action. We started with Ogilvy on top at 7. Who do you think is on top after day number 2?
Ogilvy. I'm hoping. I kind of want to keep on that trend of the underdog, or the team that we had just no idea they existed, and out of nowhere they're currently in first place. I'm all for that. If not, it's gonna be 19 Esports. They have. Oh, I'm wrong. Glitter, the Panthers, your pick.
Okay. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm not mad about this. You were close, though, 7, to be fair. 1 point separating first and second place right now. And it is swapped up a little bit. Panthers squeak past Ogilvy right at the end there. And it was all due to that chicken dinner. Oh my. This is a lot closer than I thought it would be. To be fair, though, 19 Esports is right on their tail. 7 was not prepared for that either.
Yeah, 19 Esports, XSET as well. I mean, considering on how both of those teams started the day, especially with XSET being in 13th place and 19 Esports being in 11th place, for them to jump up this much, this is great stuff. And I'm really going to be looking forward to what they do tomorrow in regards to consistency. Now, we do have Nova Esports. They're being able to at least collect 85 points. Nova has been quiet, Glitter, but they have been able to maintain themselves here within the 5th spot. We have Mezexis as well, 84 points. BTOWN, 83. And to be fair, with Knights, even though they play most of the day there with just 3 players, they were able to at least collect some extra points here in the last match. And I'm really excited to see as well here on the second page of this overall which teams we're going to be seeing. We do see Syndicate there with 76 points, and a big surprise to me as well. And before I toss it to you, Glitter, I want to just say, I don't think I've ever put myself in this situation. I never thought I was going to be in this situation of just questioning some stuff that Beowulf does. I mean, I thought that was going to be an easy win right there for Ghost Gaming, considering that the other team just had no idea that they were there. But 75 points is definitely a big surprise for me with Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, this is definitely not the performance I think any of us, maybe even the other teams included, would have necessarily expected out of Ghost. So gonna have to see what they can do tomorrow to maybe turn all of this around, but do need to give some props to the Hitlist. They were in last place pretty much all day, starting to climb up the leaderboard here a little bit, jumping above Pro Era and Illuminati. UYU had some standout performances today. Generally, the overall scores are getting a lot closer, which is nice. That gap is closing between a lot of these squads, but definitely unexpected, especially after day 2, I think, for everyone right now.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. You know, and I would say, although we see Syndicate at the top, maybe a disappointing day for them, just because they were so high up coming into the day based off of their day 1 performance. But day 2, not the greatest day for Syndicate. They'll look to bounce back with day number 3. All right, next up that we had to close things out, the money meter. Glitter, who will be taking home some of that nice little bread?
I love being able to talk about this, okay, because this is what we talk about at the beginning of the show. There's $1,000 per chicken dinner on the line every single day of every Super Weekend. And of course, 19 Esports kicking off the day with those back-to-back chicken dinners means that they are the only team right now to have acquired multiple $1,000 prizes, $2,000 in the pockets of 19 Esports. And you can see how spread out things have gotten across the board from there. Ogilvy, Panthers, Nova. I mean, we keep asking for consistency, Seven. And right now, I mean, I want to say we're not really getting it yet.
Yeah, we're not getting anything close to consistency. I mean, the closest thing we have gotten to consistency this weekend was the back-to-back chicken dinners there by 19 Esports.
That was about it. I mean, they've been there. I would say I would actually throw BTOWN in there as well. I think we were surprised with how many points they had picked up throughout games where we weren't really talking about them. I think there were a couple teams that we didn't talk a lot about, but they were still scoring points, because there were teams that we didn't talk a lot about because they were dying early. You know, looking at you Knights, except that one game where you had a good game where we talked about you. So I want to be able to highlight the consistency there. All right, last one here. Seven, MVP of the day. Who you got?
Somebody from XSET. That's gonna be my guess. Whether it is Polo or maybe Jay. I feel like today they had very, very outstanding matches. So please do me a favor, pull up that graphic, because I cannot keep on guessing. That was just my only guess right there.
You're just biased right now. You just wanted to be an XSET player because we've gotten to highlight them so many times today, because they, to be fair, they did step it up.
They did so bad yesterday. Like
those Panthers numbers though in the last game.
Yeah, it sounds like we don't have the graphic there for you, but we know that we've got we don't need that graphic anymore. It sounds like we've got the XSET player there for you. Okay, looks like we're gonna pull it up. Sure, let's go ahead and do that.
Come on,
who is the MVP for the day? I was gonna ask Glitter who was yours while we were waiting for it.
You don't get to know, because
Seven
was right.
Let's go. I mean, this man put up 0 kills. Yes, you heard the spiel, all right? This is quite a turnaround for him to be able to put up 16 kills. That is massive. 2,732 damage. If I'm not mistaken, that's actually almost as much damage as his whole team had yesterday alone. So a great switch up here for Polo today, and for XSET as well. I am going to be looking forward to, as I mentioned earlier, I want to see what this team is going to be able to do at some point here, especially going into the third and final day of the first Super Weekend. We kind of want to start seeing some consistency out of some team. And Ogilvy actually has shown a little bit. I mean, they were able to maintain themselves with the top 2 at least, right?
Yeah, they've been performing indeed well, and it's again with that 6-man roster, a lot of players that could be named for MVP, but this time Polo takes it for XSET. And he's been the exceptional performer. And if you want exceptional performance, you get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro with the 120 hertz display and flagship performance. It's the best way to climb the ladder in PUBG Mobile. Thank you to our sponsor, OnePlus, for putting on the PMPL North America. That does it for day number 2 of Super Week. These are the teams that are gathering the points to the finals. Tomorrow's the final way to do it of Super Week number 1. Who will do it? Well, we'll find out tomorrow. Same time, same place. On behalf of everyone here on the production, the players, the staff, the crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more PMPL action.